Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatsirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, fila kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Panondo patosangana, techibatsirana, panondo patokumana, techisisana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo fila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatsirana, techitsitsana, techiyambusana, fila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Panondo patosangana, techibatsirana, panondo patokumana, techibatsirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What? But Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatsirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, fila kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Panondo patosangana, techibatsirana, panondo patokumana, techitsitsana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo fila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatsirana, techitsitsana, techiyambusana, fila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Panondo patosangana, techibatsirana, panondo patokumana, techibatsirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What?
Salibonani mashabezu la mali. Hey, kwazwai. Welcome, good people. Murizeze mkoma gwangu.
Hey, Zirudi.
Mati, how are you?
Aiwa, indiri right. Yeah, mene iko.
Boze, good people. Muri say, Sophia, how are you doing? Nelson Madzekatira, say. Murugus gonna say, Apple loveness, what does say, letting somebody was say, Margaret Mudava, Nunde Ipi, Murugus gonna say, good people. Pananda Sierra, to the G, how are you doing? Pananda gonna erapo, and this one is deep for me, say, good people. It's nice to be back. I was like, I'm over the moon. I'm happy. Guys, I've missed you so much. I am such a person. Abaga. Murdo. Takaenda. That's about Ddc Skool of Thoughts, where we discuss real life matters of the heart. Things that affect us as people. Here we discuss them, we share our views, we share our opinions. It has been a while. But anyway, it is what it is at times in life, but good to be back, and I'm glad to see you all guys that you're happy. Zezuru Gazelle, how are you doing? Dr. Rose, Morisei say, Ruru, Ndepi, Ndeipi. Sonia Smith, how are you, my dear? Ziri say, Murugus gonna say, Ava Mandra Fara, Mugoma Gwang. Chimuni say, Morisei.
Aiwa, ndiri right. Kwakurise kumushata ingona yenze.
Kumusha, Ntombi, Boko, how are you doing? Are you back in the UK? Ngishabu grain. Yes, senkona sengbile. I'm back. Kuchando ndadzoka. Oh, guys, I don't want to lie to you. Where can I start? I don't know where to start, but Shumbaras Debra Kudzai Zuri say I don't know where to start, but and I think Pada Gwesba.
Ayo. No.
Okay. All right. Timothy Kalonje, say, I don't know where to start, but what I will just tell you in this it is what it is. And ndikogo. Tiri murdo, takaenda. That's what they always say. But I just want to say, guys, thanks for the support. Thanks for everything. And I hope and trust that could inspire one or two people. It wasn't like show off, but one would have said, okay, this is what I'm doing, do pandiri, that kind of stuff. So I just want to thank you guys for the support and everything. Charity work, Ndaita at times behind the scenes, helping people, but I couldn't manage to go money in the everywhere. But as packed, we did what we did, and it was good. And I'm glad that I managed to meet some other people. Dr. Rosemary say.
Estewa, koenda kuchikora kudai kuda kukangavira.
Ndakarowa nezuva. Zuva rakandirowa komana musanyeperi kwenyu.
Buda manje kuita mukaradzi. Wabva waratidza kuti uri mukaradzi.
Izuva rebocha. Ndakakangwa pabocha ka.
Wakakangwa.
Mai wekani. Mai, wamana musanyeperi. Ndaikangwa, bocha raipisa. But zvanga zvakatendeka.
Raioneka zvaro zuva racho kuti riri kubika vanhu.
Rairova.
Hapana, somunhu uri ofu kudai tichitanga DDC zvinokomborera zvacho.
Nhasi makapfeka dzemagamba kwakanaka.
Tinoda kuti chazongosara ibhareti. Kuti yacho iri pasaidhi apo yaporishwa.
Ndokutumira bhareti.
Yeah. Right, mukoma bulke muringa murisese karana mofu yang hava elder makaya mangwere. Mango dzansa dzeva dzandadya dzakaita unga dzakaita dzekufimbikwa. But I think next week kumamisha kwedu kudzinenge dzakwa maybe andiziwe kuchiredzi nekwana mutoko maybe dzanzaita fit flex subs. How are you doing? Godfrey Mangenda Mashkwede uri kuzvigona say Stabile Cummings, how are you doing? Murisese good people. Right. Nas, we are going to talk about unethical stories about social media, things that we hear, things that we see. Could see when it gets to the social media, is it ethical or is it unethical? Or is it somebody anozongo nyora to spice up? There's a lot that I've learned during my time in Zimbabwe. There's a lot that I've seen whilst I was in Zimbabwe. So about some of these things that we hear. Say, for instance, 14 years in the ceiling. Is that ethical or is it unethical? let's be honest. Because I stayed with Zengeza 3, Dokumba, Zengeza 3. And ukatarisa ceiling eku location. Asiana nema loft emuno mu UK kuti va loft, it's more like a basement yekuti unokwanisa kuisa zvinhu zvinorema ndo munogara boiler, unokwanisa kutopinda mukatomborara. But ukatarisa ceiling dzedu dzekuZimbabwe angari ma-K lights kana ma wood chips aya aizobatanzwa neglue waita sei. Saka kuti munhu agare 14 years achifamba achikwira achidzika ka, I don't know. That's when that is it. I think it's very unethical. Then I don't know. When I look at nyaya allegation levels rap. I'm not saying people don't get rap, don't get me wrong, but see, aunosteeresa nyaya dzacho dzimwe dzacho nezvinonyorwa nezvinotaurika, you start to ask yourself questions. Okay, what went on? Then so at times we need to be honest to ourselves and not quick to judge and understand what is it out there. But anyway, so our tonight's topic, to our tonight's show today, feel free to talk of the ethics and ethical things that you might think. Feel free to ask anything that you want to ask about my trip in Zimbabwe, what I've learned, what you think of Zimbabwe itself. I will tell you, for me, my experience in Zimbabwe, ndakaona Zimbabwe is 2 in 1. When I mean 2 in 1, those who are rich up there, they are rich, and there's a gap upon middle class. Can I down there or down there? Saka up. Upon middle class up, rich or poor. Uka second extension udarika pa gravia going kwenda ku Borodale. You think uri in another world. The beauty, everything is spot on. You just feel, oh, am I in Zim or not? Then ukauya downtown kwedu kubva panabute street up uchichibata kwenda pakopi apa wakuchenda kuchida kupinda Mbirezi kuchenda naGrenview naGrenora kweso you say to yourself, where am I? That's him for you. Ukadarika pa thing I will say as soon as you get to Zimre, udarika mabvuku 10 off, uchitora mutaro road kwenda kwadai so, carpet mupfepfe, aoni pothole kana 1. You ask yourself, road yakaita sei? Same applies uchidarika Kwadza extension, uchingodarika parera kubata Norton kuenda Bulawayo soga, carpet unenge uri mupfepfe. Saka uri kuZim, you get confused. Am I in Zim? Am I not in Zim? So these are some of the things that I've learned whilst I was there. And again, kana uchibva kunoku uri driver. I don't know what to say. Zimbabwean drivers are the worst, bad drivers I've ever come across. Sorry to say, they are the worst, bad, and very arrogant drivers. And I was one of them. I ended up being like them, because if you can't beat them, you have to join them. Traffic is no local kudai soga. Because someone doesn't want to give someone another way. Let me go first. Indicator in Zimbabwe doesn't work. To indicate, it's sheer waste of time. Having an indicator or not having an indicator is the same. You indicate, no one obeys the indicator. When they drive, during the course of the day, being day or night, vano driver vanga dashangira rain. Saka, you are forced to go out of the road. And I would advise you, when you're going to Zim, do not drive during the course of the evening. Vano drive, vaka flash up my lights with as if they're hunting. They don't dip their lights. Saka, when you're going to Zim, if you want to drive in Zim, I will tell you, do not drive during the course of the night. Because you can drive during the course of the night, it's either we are going to run an accident. And the other thing, I know in a lane is for the fast moving cars. Ayo kanoska manu unobra the other side. I don't know, I get 10 kilometers an hour, so I got it. They don't even care. They don't care at all. So you end up so frustrated, especially the driving. It's quite bad. Every city is different. They've got their own way. I think Harare is too congested in a way when it comes to driving. I was in Bulawayo. Perfect. no problem. Gweru, perfect. Mutare, perfect. Rusape, perfect. But Harare is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. Don't get me wrong. But people are enjoying. Musambonyeperwe zvenyu zvokuti hanzi nhamo of course iriko, but I'm telling you this. They go clubbing. They go gochi. They go kunotya every day. Musafi makanyeperwa. Things are tough. Trust me. But when it comes to joy, and they vari kuita joy, and they are making money with the little, they say vari kungwafa. That's what I've learned in them. And they are living their life. Tinowanzura zvedu tsitsi vari chinyepero tiri kutambura. Kunyeperwa kwemusanyeperwe zvenyu. Hama dzangu chachadzo musanyeperwe zvenyuka. One is doing something for themselves. But when you get there now, vanda kupa this other sign yekuti you feel bad with ndazova regira ndadai so, but usipo, they are managing and they are doing well and they are doing great and they are happy. Vanhu vamanje ndovasina kana stress. Musanyeperwe zvenyu. Stress yacha mungomogwanguka. Isi kunoto stress keso. They don't have stress. They enjoy themselves. But the other thing that I've learned, ndeyekuti vari kuabuse alcohol. Most of the people that I met, they are now alcoholic anonymous. Pane kaya kanoita 50 cents, $23. I don't know. Kuti, how best can we try and tell them and educate, especially my people, I felt bad. Kuti, vamwe vacho vari kuzvipedza because of that. But on a normal day, people are doing great. Vanhu vari kuvaka. And the other thing that inspired me or made me to change my mindset to kugara urban area ndeyekuti most of the people kana inu mumusha kwedu taiverenga vangwa nedzimba dzemarata kuti pana nhingi taura during my time yamuntaraunda mwenefu pana nhingi. But iye zvinezvi kwese kwandakaenda mareserve aisa ndakaenda namurehwa wherever kwandaitendera ndichienda, I will tell you 80% of the houses dziri muvillage dzese dzadzemarata, and then 80% dzese dzine solar. Unozoona maybe 40% dzane majojo tank, vane running water. So people are improving their villages. So what I'm trying to say is, kana uri kuno kudiaspora or wherever you are, kana uine karuzevha, kana paruzevha pakabarirwa, kana pambuya wako pari pamusha penyu, try and do something on that village paruzevha ipapo kuti paonekere. Just try, just sacrifice yourself. I want to sacrifice myself, say $3,000 or $4,000. Ndingovaka ka 3-bedroom kangu, ndozongesa kasola kangu, because vanhu vari kumusha, they are living pretty. I'm telling you this, they are living pretty. I was so inspired by the village people. It was like unosvika paruzevha so chinoti amarata chete, uchidai soka pakadai so pakafenzwa hapane solar. That's what I've learned panandiri kuZimbabwe. And I was so inspired with the generation yedu, and even those vari mutaundi machoka vakuti kuenda kumushaka kunenge une peace of mind. I stayed mumusha 3 weeks. Ndandine that peace of mind yekuti ndandisina pressure. But when I was in town, ndanga ndine a little bit of pressure. And chikafu mutaundi chinodhura, especially for me. I think chaindhurira because ndandine mastandards andandajaira. Saka kuti uzozvideprive manjeka zvinonetsa. Unoenda mushop, you pick few things, unawo zvatokuma $70. Padanga ri mapounds, this thing doesn't cost £70. Like 500 mils yesterday soft, it's at $10. Matish, some of these things, why are these things so expensive? I think the only thing that I found very cheap for Zimbabwe, younger soft drink. You know, 300 mils, $3 I think that was the thing. That was the cheapest thing that I was saying. It was cheap. But you say, guys, zvinenge zvainditidhurirei. Nyama ukada kutenga inoita $5 a kg. And anenge ari makwazvo mapande, but it is what it is. So today is we are talking of unethical stories that we hear on social media. at times we exaggerate. So let's talk about it. Let's try to discuss about it. Let's try to talk. And again, I'm a people's person, very generous when it comes to pampering women. Varume guchunda kaya naro musatye zvenyu. Saka mugoma gwangu hatiti varumika. Saka nhasika what I'm going to do. I mean, my stars did disappear for some strange reason because maybe we were not using my stars. And those who are in UK, ndakambosafti before. Can I luck? I'm gonna give you these earrings. Chakupai my earrings. Varmendokupai guchu. Don't worry. My earrings. So can I go lucky? I don't know how am I gonna do it. I've got my earrings and chakupai. Murugona. Uneva vakaborwa. Kana usina kuborwa unika. Murugona. Saka, I've got things that I'm going to give you guys as Murukusa Cameroon.
Yeah.
Okay. So ndichakupai murikuona yaka ndichakupaiwo zvangu saelder wenyu ndokwanisa ngokublessa iwo zvangu amwe ndiye machira saka I don't know how I'm going to bless you but I'm going to do this for those who in the UK ndokwandokwanisa kuti sei wandokwanisa kupostirawo. Or stars disappear when you broadcast from Zimbabwe or Africa in general. Oh, I didn't know. But I might tell my stars in one Mugoma thing. Mugoma Bush. I don't know, maybe because Nagandisna maybe Nagaita 2 months without it doing it. Kokuno, I don't know. What I divari America, Monozo Monoba Malachi postira. And now I've got quite a few different earrings, I think. Varume munozo ndibata kusereta chitaura nanyaya yeguchu. So ndichakupai vakadzi muri timu rangu ka. Saka muchangona zvakasiyana siyana. Haana nyowanda zvavastereki but I think 15 or 20 of you'll be the lucky one. So these will be your Christmas presents. But I don't know how I'm gonna go about it. But now my earrings and I got kubva kuAfrica. So this is going to be your Christmas present. The DDC people to appreciate you, your support, your love, your everything. This is what I'm going to do for you. These are going to be your Christmas presents for free. But munongozana kabva America. Saka kana ndokutumiroka ukaisa ka 2 pounds kako ndoenda ku post office ndase. Ndokutumira but ndinazvo. Naka hanzi naka hanzi najen naka vanogwangogwa neguchu guchu ari ndokupai don't worry garai matumira karaimo saka munongondibata kuinbox ndongopai but nozo ine mari yekuzoposa manje maybe ndoichazonetsa zvaya but my earrings Christmas present the thought that counts ndakufunga iwo kuti muri vamwe wangu madidisi varume munozita muchase muchendibata. So it is what it is. So let me just try to greet you once. Then we go to our ordinary stories. But we are back now. We are back. Please, please, please. I've got so many letters that you guys wrote. I've got them. If you've got a story that want to share, please do likewise. Send, please. Thank you in advance. Pauline Paris. Cameroon 1. To say postage, I want a pay, please. My tapua, yes. Yeah, I'm going to say postage. You know, matter Winbox. Where's a postage? Yako? Don't go to me. Don't go to me. Pay Yako. Don't go to me. Pay. Don't go choose that from here. Whichever pay. Don't go to me. Moon. I don't need Christmas present. Yako. Saka. Ragazzi. You know what to do. Julie Jones, how are you doing? My tapua, say Pauline Perez, how are you doing? Karen, how are you doing? Jen Chishong, thank you so much, Elder. Thank you so much. Mukundi Falcon, how are you doing? Machi stories, really say, Siboma pinde ipi, Dr. Rosemary say, Blame Marima, really say, Tata and the ipi, Muzukuru Welas, really say, Panonda Sierra, Mike Rutendo Mashamu, the ipi. Jen Chishongo Zuri say, Shuva in Demera, how are you doing, my dear? Long time no see. Sarah Ma Jindu Zuri say, Mary Kudzai, thanks for watching. Zuri say, down on the Sierra. Uganda and this China, but and the alcoholic juice to stress. Yeah, that's true. Hacha Pashmo Zuri say, Sin my Sasha Murugus gonna say Nelson Mazagater in the EP Clara Farira in the EP in the EP Tarrocate in the EP Sarah Mawida Zuri say Julinda Gona. Right. So I don't know. Dr. Rose, what do you want to say? Mgoma Gong, what do you want to say? This is open for everyone. So welcome back, guys. We are here now. So it is what it is. My earrings, those who their email, their addresses, and what have you, I'll post for you. This is going to be your Christmas present from DDC. There are different sizes, different designs. I think I've got some good for women as well. I'm not the one, but don't worry. Sakadera say, Vaidam, thank you for touring us Zimbabwe. Yes, Vaidam, I'm gonna send you the thing, the Christmas pass video. Unfortunately, younger and format, I'm trying to format it so much that I can send you. Pastor, I'm going to
pa kugemu.
Yeah.
Pasara 2 minutes.
Chika wina pa chichiri kuitika pa iri kuendera kamera kwandiri kuita sei
namamirira akaita game rokoko haisikuenda because Switzerland inenge yawina saka yaane 6 points asi dera rapera riri zvariri kuSwitzerland because iyo yava ne4 points so still haikwanisi kuenda unless kana game rokuSwitzerland iro rikachinja iSerbia ikagowesa ikaita draw then yes.
Okay. Mukundi uda which link hanani pano ndasiya mese muzonga zviri sei sorry ndomupaishe again uda link yechi tell me guys andisuziya ndikutaurisa ka sisi mese muzonga move to UK big sisi mwana madikaus yes madikaus hande madikaus evakadzi saka andizamuda link ipi guys ndiudzeka guchu for women as well yes
I think vanodarekera link iyo yonzi
yechi
StreamYard.
Oh, what link StreamYard? Okay. Accept please. Account please. Okay, account. And the inbox. Oh, party did Douglas under my earrings. All right, munonyera ku thing. Munonyera ku inbox anti. Because ndikanyapa ndikupostera vanhu ka. Ndakamboposta umwe musika more than 100 ndinamba ndakabva kuZimbabwe ndiri broke. I would have done that but to be honest I'm broke but ndokwanisa ngoti mukangotumira 2 pounds and 3 pounds ndozoendawo ku post office ndotenga envelope ndandakwisira zvobva zvaya StreamYard link iyo how do I pin this right ndataura zvedu nyaya yako mana Dr. Rose muri sei
Mushedewa inga makaita henyu makambotenderera kumusha kweduyo
ndakamboedza
you made me proud ndiri mbocha zvini ndikati mamuone here mukoma wangu wanakisa pamusha diko
zvinhu zvacho unenge uchingoto
it's good because what I'm also seeing is like a lot of diasporans vakuita rural development, you know. Because muma town futi chimwe chaakutyisa is you want to build your dream house, then tomorrow yobva rauya grader zvonzi MP vakachinja yowe councillor akadzingwa yanga iri land baron then zvobviswa futi so
munoziva kuti I didn't want to tell people ndakarerwa 2 dzakadaro.
You see, a lot of us are in that bracket. You could not Papa and Dakazuchwa, Mali, Papa and
Rapera Bora. Yajigo, Brazil, Yajigo, and Cameroon.
Huh? Brazil, Yajigo?
What not?
What not?
Aisha mapurasireni anochema nhasi. Yeah, so izvozvo kuti unenge wakutya zvemuharare muharare wese mune congestion isingaiti. But it seems like to small towns turi kutojoinawo munyaya dzemaland barons, because I know someone akaroverwa mari kwaRusape. Ndikati Rusape chaiyo yakutoitawo land baron anodyira vanhu mari. Zvikanzi zvitoriko. So it's not only so mumatown muya makuita kutyisa. If you have your land in pamusha, and you can do some things. Also, people are getting into rural tourism. It's now becoming such a thing. Ma Germans, my exchange students, my Americans, havabvi kuHarare. Ukaona pa-airport paya vanobva vadisappear. Haumbavaoni paJoina City. Vanenge vari mumamisha mubocha ikoko vachibvunza kuti ari kupi vanonzi waterfall muchivaratidza kutsime, vanoda zvokupika, zvokudzura and things like that. So that is also becoming a thing. So I actually thought kuti you are going that direction, because manakire epakaita paya ndikauya nemangeza angu shuwaka vanonakidzwa paya pane shawa, because ndozvavanongoda chete, as long as vasingazonyanyi kuramba vachingotonona. Kana pangori netoilet yakaita seyako yadhiwa neshawa vanenge vatori bhoo chete because unogona usiya yako yemakomba just to show them kuti this is what used to be, but at least kana vakudawo kubuda panze paya vanozoti aiwa toilet ine toilet seat inoflash zvitori right zvawakaita zvezve. Yeah, so you think about it. Also wakaisesa paint yakanaka, it's nice pakanaka, and the road panosvikika kapaya.
I'm road ndokanda masuitcase ndiri mukombi ukanda mukitchen.
You see now. So you did well. I felt so proud. Yeah, zvanga wachitaura zvemuharare zvokuti you really see the demarcation kuti ukafamba uchienda imwe direction unosangana neimwe kind yemuZimbabwe, ukaenda another direction uri kumalocation uona imwe kind futi yeZimbabwe, ushaya kuti are these people in the same city, But I think also yaunga wachitaura yekuti some of them handizivi kuti handinyatsonzwisisa hangu, the economy and how some of these things happen. But isusu as Zimbabweans, handidi kutaura kuti Africans, ndingazotaura kwandisina kuswera medu muZimbabwe, if you start to think about it carefully, how do we measure success? Munhu akangobata kamari zvanga wachitaura zvezve anenge anobva ati flashika. Kana ari murume anenge akuteerwa nemabhebhi, obva ati 10-20,000 inch TV mumba, ma-DSTV, hembe haachabvi paJoina City achitenga ito tuma-designer clothes nedoro, like you are saying kuti vanhu vaakuzonwa doro zvimwe zvezvekutika. And you find even pasocial media unoona kune zvezvi zvinobhemwa zvechinonzi chiko chinofuridzwa so shisha. Handinoona kuti vana vemazuva, in fact handingamboti vana vemazuva people find it so ndokunzi kwacho living my best life, akabata wawa, and vanongoposta doro stereki. Ukaposta doro vana Hennessy veve zvinodhura zvezvi, unobva wanzi the way is living his best life. Akabata shisha nebhebhi, shisha one side chipombi cheche nebhebhi pagumbo, so unobva wanzi mudhara gwangu vakauya vane chibhanzi, zvinhu zviri kufaya paHarare, you see. And even varimo vacho kungobata kamari, those are the things that they run for, to show people outside, to show people on the exterior kuti aiwa ndabudirira, I've made it. Hatirambi zvedu kuti dzimwe shashawo dzezvinhu izvozvi vanayo mari yacho zveshuwa. They are there. There are people who have got the money now. There are malls dziri kuvakwa all over the country, and you're like, vari kumbovakira ani? Because unonzwa mamwe madiaspora achitaura kuti ndiri kuvaka mall kuMuzarabani, ndiri kuita chakati, and you're like, who is actually there? Anokuudza kuti makastoma ariko, mari irimo. Ukaitsvaga chete pakazvakambotaurwa zviya naUncle Philip Chiyango akati, aiwa dhora rinenge richidonha, rinongodonha kubva muhomwe yako richiwira mune yangu chete. Saka usati dhora riri kudonha richidonhera pasi, riri kudonha from someone's pocket into someone else's pocket.
Yeah, that's true.
So all these things, zvedriving, Yeah. I'm one of those people. I love driving in Harare. Ndozvandoda manje izvozvo. Ndichienda downtown kwakutaura kubute street uko. Maiwe. Ndakanyatsonzwa kuti ya. Ndane license. I love driving imomo yeme. Chinozongondibhuwa chete zvekuzokiyana zviya. That's bad. Zvinoirritate because you spend time uri intersection for no reason. So yeah, I think ndozvanaida kungotaura zvangu kuti muZimbabwe, I think how we measure success needs to start to sort of evolve. Kutanga kuona success in a different light, like you were even saying kuti rural development chaiyo. Unongotori businessman kai ine mari svinu uri pazvishavani paya uchiita mari. As long as at the end of the day you are building wealth, not just cash yekungonakidzwa vanhu vachitenga tumadoro tuwe tunouraya vanhu tuwe. But mari chaiyo yokuti generations to come can also benefit. Zvimwe social media 14 years izvo tozotaura riganimbopa mukoma gwangu chance.
Okay. Mukoma gwangu.
Yeah. Zvokumusha izvo honestly zvinosiririsa, and expect unless know those who are lucky, because ukaona nyika ichiti it's either uri murombo kana kuti uri mufumi zvinorwadza. Ndo zvinozopa kuti vanhu vasvike pakundotsvakana nezvikwambo zvinozovapinza kuti vamwe vanhu vazogara muceiling saizvizvo and stuff like that. Zvinobva mviro dzacho ndidzedzo. Nditaura kuti hapana middle, hapana ari pakati apa. Zvichadha uri murombo kana kuti uri. And the unfortunate part of it ndezvokuti vanozoita varombo ndo vane vakawanda. Ndo panozotanga masocial problem. Wakaona pakanal paya patiri paya. Madhadha ndinoona achiuya paya uchiakandira chingwa achisvika maswanza aya. Ndaiseka umwe muzvinhu kati kuri kumusha aisebwa. Aiviri gwara mupoti. Hauna basa nazvo. Yeah. I've seen vamwe vanhu vachindoraya makudo and all the stuff. To be honest, handinambokura ndichiona zvinhu zvakafanana naizvozvo. But it's very unfortunate kuti ndo the situation yakurarama vamwe vanhu. And the time ndaifunga kuti generation yedu isusu ndo generation yakapedzisira kuona vanhu vachienda kune riya ravaiti gumbwa riya rokuti pakafa munhu vanhu vaienda kundobvunzira kuti zvafamba sei. Ndakapedzisira kuzviona kuma70s ndichiri mufana, but ike zvino namabatirwe ndaifunga madhara ndo akaenda nemishonga. Ukatarisa dzimwe age group dzaakubata mishonga ike zvinezvi. It's pathetic. And zvinhu zvatati singatarisiri kune imwe zvataifunga kuti maybe generation yedu isusu inoenda nazvo vanhu votanga kurarama free life, isina zviya zvokuti vanhu vanofunga kana kuisirana mushonga padoro and stuff like that. But it appears it's creeping back into our society, of which is very sad. But it is what it is. Sokutaura konogara uchiita. Kurekera kuruzevha nyangwe ndikanzi ndinozoenda kuZimbabwe, I'm towned. Zvandakaita mutaundi imomo ndizvezvo. I would like fresh air. Kana ndiri sena handichina chidaka chiya cheundoda kuona macities. I've been to bigger cities of the world. And hamuchina zvinhu zvendingati ndichine shungu nokuti ndazviona zviri mumacities. No. Iko kuruzevha ikoko ndo kune yese ikoko. Zvimuka ndichitorora mengo dziri fresh rather than kuita mengo dzokundotenga kumusika. So yeah, paruzevha ndizvo. I've seen Matabeleland is doing very well here. Let's take the urban to the rural. Vari kuvaka kumaruzevha kuMatabeleland kuya zvinotonakidza. Ndine zvimwe zvinhu zvandogara ndichiona, of which is good. Matowns machona mvura hakuna, chino chakati hakuna. Hazvichanakidzi. Kuruzevha chaiko ndo kwakuti ndokwakutorira mazuva ano. So yeah, you did very well. Panaregera chimba musanduku aitoti ndaiti haiwa ndichataura naDhewa ozonditumira vhidhiyo yake because ndaingomutaura achida kana zvakaita prozeva paDhewa uno zvikanzi haiwa nditumirewo ndione pamwe ndingapendinoenda kumushapa ndingandonyatsogadzira parus ndikati haiwa ndichaita kuti nditsvake vhidhiyo kana because dziri paregera haasi paFacebook ndakandati handingokurudzira zvikanzi handipo paFacebook ndikati allright I'll try kuti ndiwane vhidhiyo ine kauyu kakejumba musanduku aitondinetsa achiti uri kumboona here zviri kuita Dhewa kumaruseva and stuff like that, of which it's good. And wakaitawo kundoudza varidzi vadzo kicheni kuti kicheni dzenyu takagadzira because vanhu vachona vanoda kusumwa vana mai ava. That was good. Vamwe vacho zvinhu zvachona tazvikangamwa izvezvo kuti kana ana mai vakaenda tofunga kuti vakatongoenda varipo vana mai nini vangu vaakupema vhudzi ava nokuita sei havasisiri vamwe vanhu hatitani kukangamwa. Yeah. Ndingangoti pari zvino ndozvendoda kutaura ndonga pane vamwe vari kuda kutaura.
Tendai Ndebe.
Hello, Makade.
Muchazurudi.
Oh, I'm not feeling very well, but in Rukumbo shower, you know, when you were in UK, being self-employed and all that. So,
okay.
Yeah, but in dance one, I think this leggy, this flu, Yirukurwadza, but Chungo Shingiri. Yeah, so Tanga yeah, Takaona, you inspired us, Swakanaka, and Totenda Makasumira na Mai. So I just felt compelled to call in today because we're talking about ethics, what's ethical and what's not ethical. Because I know I've been a bit scarce. So Patinoti, what is ethical and what's not ethical? Because I saw Ningia Makaisa, the title of the program today, Panyaema social media. Wow. Nina I know kuti sometimes pandinotaura vanhu vanofunga kuti kamusalad aka. But inini ndiri mwana ndakakura kuHarare but ndofarira chizezu kugara kumusha zvimwe singatomboiti. And also when we look at ethics, what is ethical? We're looking at our values, our integrity, and what makes us as a nation. I'm an 80s baby, ndakazvarwa 1984, so I'm post-independence, but I know even pandaikura nchienda nana mbuya ndairayirwa tsika nemagariro. I know hangu kuti handina kuroorwa kwandinobva, but equally my values are still the same. Zvatiri kuona pama-social media apa sometimes unongoti yeah. You kind of wonder kuti are people doing it for the clout? Because nowadays, because I think namo. People think that their pages might get monetized and then they will get money to live. Because kunoku diaspora, when you've got a profession, there's a code of conduct of what you have to do. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So those ethics will bind you. So your personal and professional life have to be totally separate. So, of course, I can post smoking a shisha. I can post maybe wine, but the buck stops somewhere. Chinoita kuti vanhu atore video muchita lula. Because I think the thing is like actually it is said kuti, I think, because for those that know, Panama pages are nonzi my OnlyFans ayaya. Anoitisa vanhu mari. And I think what it is vanhu especially from Muzanzi, and then it kind of then trickles down to Zim. Kuti mukaita ma OnlyFans munoita mari. So zvatiri kuona izvi zviri kuzobuda kuma pages. And then kana zvazobuda vanhu vozotanga kunyara, now they're thinking of the ethics. whether they're non-ethical or not, but zvatoitika handiti, and now it's in the stratosphere. And then vamwe vakuchema kuti ndakabatwa, mumwe ari kuti handina, zvakuzodai-dai. So it's like, you know what? I'm for the boy and the girl child. But patiri kusumudza, patiri kurera vana ava, I don't know, I'm not judging anyone. I know it's like, obviously, it is a global pandemic, drugs, the whole sexualization of people, and then kune trafficking, chi, kune manipulation, and all of those things. But I am a mom of a 17-year-old daughter. I am a mom of a 12-year-old son. I'm a stepmom to a 21-year-old stepdaughter, 18-year-old stepdaughter, and a 12-year-old stepson, and a 1-year-old grandbaby. As young as I am at 38, I'd like to think that I've got ethics and principles. Know when to stop. Know when to stop. Because kanakuti, okay, imari zvayo anditi, if you're going to pay for your living, okay, bills, whatever. Because all it takes, like, you know, when people do all these revenge things, that is not cool. Kuno kukunema laws, kuno ku diaspora, you cannot do revenge porn. Whereas with Zimbabwe or Africa, it's all game. And then it's like, what hurts the most? It's not even the people that have released it or Wakanakira or whatever. It's how the community then drags those people. How they drag them. Stop and think. And most of these people like are young, they're early 20s and early 30s. I'm late 30s, but not everybody at Kuma late 30s have matured. Some people don't mature until they're 50. Some people never mature at all. I just think sometimes, Kuti, okay, maybe they're doing it for the clout, but it's us as individuals who are following these pages. Some people are so quick to comment without thinking, to laugh, to ridicule, to mock, and forgetting, Kuti, there's another person over there. Mental health is real. And also the fallout. Not everybody has got the resilience to then cope with the fallout, because materialism is a facade, it's superficial. And it is. Because munhu anofunga azvisungirira, or munhu anofunga atora chi mapirisi azviuraya. And what is the end game? We've watched so many socialites this year go through so many difficulties, and some of them have been a cautionary tale. I'm not going to name names about, you know, rushed marriages and these things and that, but everybody lives and learn, and some of them are becoming actually very resilient, and they're coming out on the other side. But not every individual is going to be able to do the same. So the other ethical issue I'm going to touch on, Yamati Bokugaram stealing for 14 years. Right. Even a nanosecond, even a millisecond. Mwana anogarisirwe muhozi kana mu cave kana why? Even if you're trying to protect, like, what is the reason why? You know, unless kuti amai vangu vatirora nepfungwa kana kuti whatever the intention is, like, what was the reason for that young man to be imprisoned for all that time? And I thought about him. I was thinking, munhu uyu ari kuda intensive counseling. Ari kuda, you know, he needs a lot, because it's like when you've been in isolation for so long, and there's that Stockholm syndrome kind of thing. You're literally being captive. But also when it's somebody you trust, like your mom. Later on, parukubuda mstealing once baba wako wafa waonekwa wakaora. The ethics there are clear. It's not ethical at all. Am I right or am I wrong? That is my take on it. Pachi vanu chedu chaicho kana pachi on any platform on this world, is that ethical?
No, it's not.
So in Nangu, I'm just like, it's heartbreaking because sometimes I think because people my keyboard warriors, they're so quick to just comment and kiki haha. And those people will be fighting their own battles behind the scenes. What happened to the spirit of humanity? Because people are busy following whatever my pages are go say kiki azodai. Behind that person, there's a person who's feeling pain, a person who's coping with generational trauma, a person that is going through the most. And they're putting a facade to entertain you people, and then you're laughing and everything. And you pretend kuti we open your kuti tea, but you're busy laughing at people on the internet. To what are you gaining from that? It's like sometimes I'm like, you know what? Pandai Kura, I never thought we were Zimbabweans takadai. I always used to think like Takabatan, we are a loving nation. That's what I thought. And then ukazopama Zimbabwean my smartphone, yo, better tidzokere to mamango, please. Netumambudzi, because oh my goodness, it's just too much. And it's so heartbreaking as a sister. I just love each and it's like, why are we doing this to each other? Why? And mukaposta my inspirational stories and pamuri kuvaka muchidididi muchida kuti okay tasuma dzimba idzi, not much follows. Yet kusekwa munhu kwazodaidai vanhu vari kwaonekwa sex video vanhu vari kuseka. And you know what? That's a person. Mwane womumwe munhu. What is so funny about that? Yes, we are broken people, but doesn't mean we have to continue with that kind of narrative of breaking other people. We don't have to do that. But yet, those people that are care, we seem like we're on an island and everybody's just okay following the crowd. To what extent? And then you'll be judged. You begin boring or this, that, the other. But ethics and values are so important. Kubatana ubuntu. Mwana we Zimbabwe, mwana wevu, we are better than this. We are so much better than this. Kana kune ma mental health issues, where can people go? Who can support them? Yeah. So my question is for our brother who was held captive for 10 years, what support is he getting right now? If any. If any. The reason when you come intensive therapy right now. So in the moment, I can't go see, hey, my skits and all that. There's a time and place for everything. Come on. It's not okay. What help is he getting right now? I think Dombo Miranda Kadaro.
Wow. Thank you so much, and I thank you so much. Before you go, I just want to say something, Guti. What you have said, I think I'm going to say this, and she said it herself. Madam Boss Padandro Blawayo. So we're having breakfast and talking. You know, she said, I've got the video, I've played some other time. Akati, do you know, Guti, as much as I put a brave face out there, but kanandrinde no chema because of the comments, what people say to me. Hands I the ones and no chema sondrinde gaga. People might think I'm strong, but no chema. I'm you know, shagandi bata kuti. You might see people out there, but what they go through, especially with these comments. I love the way I've said some people they just don't read to understand, they just read to comment. And some people they take these things lightly because so I can just comment anyhow I want. There's a lot of depression. And I think Monica Kunzika post time with somebody. I think Pani Mana committed suicide. Akasiya nyora tsamba kwa bereki. So this depression requires in so many ways. And again, I don't know how best we can educate our own people. Be proud of what you are and what you have. Life pa social media no gare kunyepa. At times it requires a lot of people under pressure. what I've noticed whilst I was in Zim, some people, they go to places and take pictures and make that place look as theirs and put it out there. When they were under pressure, right? And this is what I've seen, and this is what I've been told. And do you know what these ladies are doing now in Harare? Ukasangane mskanam town, kana location, ukamnyenga nokuramba. But Maniru, that same girl, ukaenda kuma avenues anenga akukechesa. Yeah. Ndikawabvunza kuti why? Sikandi, what do you know kuti inini ndikaenda ku avenue ndikanomira. Short time is $10. It depends on wakamira which street uri kuitira kupi. $10 short time. Pungwe $40 or $50. Yeah. Because Ness na teacher utambira $250, they know zopoa. I think 12,000 bonds whatever. I can't remember the other bonds on zopoa. Ansaka unaona kuti ndikaita my short time maybe 4 or 5 ndine $50 ndikazoenda for a sleepover ndikaona I don't catch up for the whole night ndane $90 ndikati okay, so with this kind of job do you develop my feelings? Zvikanzi kana iri short time haina my feelings. Why? Because munhu achingoita zvatopera tatoparadzana, no strings attached. Hanzi but manje ndikazokechwa zvekuti munhu kuita neni all night, my feelings they will develop. Ndikati why? Because just spend most of the night ndini that person. It's either achandorana 9 omboti mwandi handi kubound ombononwa newe katosvika kumba kwacho you start to drink and you start to talk, saka my feelings they will develop. But can ndiri location ndotokuramba kuti handokudi but manhera go there. Saka it for me, listening to that, it wasn't only one person. There were so many women that I encountered, because naturally the times I go and talk to them, I thought this is what we are doing, and it was quite sad. But I thought I didn't have anything to do because I need to make ends meet. So at times takes time for me to do this. Saka things are tough, but people are just trying to put a brave face to it. Then again, drug abuse. I'm telling you this. Okay, the location in full said, people now, they are hooked to this cresometh, my drugs, motoriro, guka, and you feel bad. And I'm going to post the video. I think it's 15 minutes. Did you know about what they can be when they want to be better people? I felt bad with it. We're more brighter than me, but so I felt bad because they are wasted. What about this? I just in beer. Saka, we don't talk about it, but then I'm glad I managed to inspire a lot of people by doing what I was doing. And again, guys, you have to remember this. What I did was, let me just talk you through a little bit. My mom passed 30 years ago, my dad 20 years ago, but I need this old kitchen and everything. So I had to go and seek permission. To my sisters yet. No, and they gave me the go ahead. Pandakapedza kupunza, ndikapedza kuvaka, I had to go kunotora kuchief, wamwe ndikatora kwa murewa, ndikaenda chatumira video vakaisa ma prayers, everything. Saka this culture thing, tingati zvitiri ku diaspora, tingati zvitiri kupi, but kana uri on the ground, like what Enda is saying, people may think with mu salad, but chivana anoziya, kana uri on the ground, pane chimwe chivanhu chekuteka hachitiziki, you know. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, don't get brainwashed or don't underestimate the power in a hour of Akurveda. Vane imwe power yekuti iwe wega you unotopeta maoko and you have to do what they have to say. That's why I'm choosing kuti ndiri kuencourage most people kuti ndati vake kumamisha. The reason being ndiye kuti ndikafa nhasi inini pana vanhu vari kumusha kuti dhewa ndauya kumusha, you know, kuti waziva kuti ndandi nedzimba dzangu dziri mutauni kana ndaita sei ndasikadi kuuya kumusha havana basa nazvese izvo, vanoziva kuti maya ndauya vigwe kuno. Saka vanhu vozoona manje bhokisi rupinda mukachinyeda harisi kukwana. Saka pamwe pacho even though usikadi kuenda kumusha kwacho, chingovaka kamba ka 1 room soka kangori neat kekuti whatever happens you never know what tomorrow is in store. Yes, vamwewo zvenyu hamuna vanozouma musoro, but kazhinji tikazvitarisa munhu akangofa chete kune 1 jumba musanduku aka zitete guru rinenge riri kumusha ukwako rinosunga zvinhu zvese kuti maya kwangu ndoda kutomona pano hapana ende to be honest there's nothing you can do. Uri mubox ka and the people are forced to go there. Panonopakwa ma-RAV4 ma-Range Rover achipakwa kuti but ndo pampadhewa apa barozana nemba unganiro kana borodero vakutarisa manje kitchen yandiri kupinda. Saka ndinongoda kudza kuencourage kuti just do something. 2000 zvidina zvako 20 bag dzako dzecement, 1 door rako, 1 door frame rako, wongowaka around kitchen, uswa unonetsa unodyiwa nemombe every year, unongoita marata ako 15 nga mabhirga vakainga zi wapedza zvakwanyara. Right, Sibu, how are you? Dr. Love, muri sei? Sorry, ndanda kuenderera. Ndanda nakuzona tendai. Muri sei?
Inini ndiri right hangu, muri sei koko?
Bo. For those who are just joining us, in case you were not here when you started, I'm giving away these as DDC Christmas presents for ladies, just to appreciate the support that you have shown throughout the year. So, unongonyorera kuinbox woisa mari yako yepostage ndokutumira, but ndiri kutumira vari mu UK kana uri kuAmerica wamheno unongoitawo zvokundiita sei ndikutumira. I think ndine 20 of these, so the first lucky 20 ones did I say ndokutumira ana Dr. Love guchu renyu riripo. Saka these are for the ladies. Ana Dr. Love guchu renyu riripo. And let me say this, guys. If you're coming from the diaspora, you want, say, let me just give you, say, 3 days to yourself and your family. Hide away, you're going to enjoy yourself. Please, end up at Magolis Resort. Magolis Resort, iripa Ivan Pamazai.
Matanga.
No, hold on. Iripa Ivan Pamazai kana Pambudzi, roundabout. Uchungwenda na Chitungiza Road. That place, you see everything that you want. Kana we never na pane horse riding, pane canoeing, pane ma power boats, pane zipline, pane giant swing, pane barbecue, pane bar, pane butcher, pane giant screen 8 by 5 meters. Family room in $80 including breakfast. I'm talking about baba na my room in double room in a double bed. Vana 2 single beds ne sofa bed. Standard room in a double bed ne breakfast is $65. Executive room, executive room $85. Breakfast is included. If you want lunch or dinner, zese vanokurongerai Magolis Resort. Tama brand ambassador is DDC. Saka I'm just working on the thing, on the video now. That is the place to go, guys. I'm telling you this. If ukasaiba farira, ndogurifanda Maria Gwinin. Spacious, beautiful. Everything is perfect, close to the airport. When you go to the airport, they say, "Uda moda famisa." Munogo say 5-star car renders ga. Zeripo. Saka, if you want, get in touch neni. Unongoti buka, ungoti Ddc Skool of Thoughts, unopo 5% discount. Ukabuka nas, izvindarane ukabuka Magolis Resort nas. Ungobuka, ukangoti reference Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Kana ukabhadhara 300, ungoti minus 5% yako. we are good to go. Unoziva kuti breakfast rako rese riripo, everything zvese it's included. You don't go far. Kuenda Vic Falls kupedza nguva ipapo zvandara sezvikaizvi unozviona ipapo. Saka ndibatei kuno rotenga mastand vana dzimba dzakapera ndibatei futi ndaeji ndemagolisi. Tine mastand ari kuota falls, tine mastand ari Gun Hill, mastands ari pamwe anotanga $12 per square meter, mamwe $15 per square meter kuna ana nyanga. Just get in touch with me. Everything is legit. Zvinhu zvenyu zvese hauchemi, hauiti sei, zvese zvakasaviwa, everything. Paperwork yako unongonza puga wapinda machena. Right. Mazvinzwa ka? Saka ndizvozvo. Tonight's topic yedu talk about unethical stories that you hear on social media. Mama ethics to out it or say van. Right. I don't know this because I need Dr. Love.
Very good.
Okay, Dr. Love.
We don't go to it.
So I don't know. Ditendai.
Ditendai.
I think Ditendai. Okay. Right. Sibo, how are you? Dr. Love. Zuri say.
Ditendai.
I think Ditendai. Okay. Right.
Yo fara makadiko dewa.
Mushe. Tipe 18.
Nokutambira nemufaro makafamba zvakanaka mukadzoka zvakanaka.
Pane munhu ane foni, pane munhu ane asiri pamute apo. Okay, uyu ari pamute uyu. Sibo ari on. Ari mukoma gwangu ari pamute. Dr. Love. Taura tinzwe Sibo. Sibo.
Zvimwe handina kunge ndazvinzwa pataura Mr. Gwangu handakuvanzwa pataura anti makadiko. Norambwa ka.
Iwe.
Ikumhurire wana ndizvakanaka kuti makadiko.
Alright, murora wangu ndiri bora zvakuti ko. Sibo ndione feedback.
Sibone ma device to you.
Andine one ine.
Aiwa, tarisa kuti device iri on here.
Andina ndinogona ndingenda kutokata mondipinza.
Aiwa, mira toni. Because Dr. Rose ari pamute. Mukoma gwangu ari pamute. Tendai ari pamute. Dr. Love ari pamute. Iwo ndione device iri feedback.
Saka ndinga kutobuda ka ndodzoka toona kuti
buda udzoke futi.
Asi nzvimbo yangu ndoida.
Alright, buda udzoke futi. Dr. Love Madi.
Bo. Yeah.
Right.
Good hamuna kunonzwita sei kukanganwa guchu rangu. Ndakamiririra.
Aiwa, guchu renyu ripo. Aiwa, hamusatye zvinya ripo.
Yeah, ndomboita my experiments kuno.
Rimwe randiri kutonwa if.
Yeah.
Rinipo wana mukoma gwangu kuda.
Ndiri kuzviona ndiri kutoti nyemu. Aiwa, tichaona kana rasvika hedu.
Rinouya.
Good. But takamirira Sibo ndanga ndichingoda ngoti tendai pane zvamakaita. I mean, you did quite a lot muri kuZimbabwe, and I think zvinokurudzirwa handi. And I think vakawanda takaoneswawo nekuti kumshata tava nenguva tasvikako. So it was good just looking and seeing and actually listening to the sights and sounds of Zimbabwe. Kumshandi kokosha. Especially kumareserve kuya ndanga ndingoti maiwe ndichingomukira iyo jonga ndingoti kukurukuruku aiwa. But yeah, ndiyo zviripo. But sisivo havasi kudzoka saka ndombowadhingurawo one time.
Wadhingurei?
Yeah, ndanga ndichida kuti gaga munongo tarirai futi vabva svika.
Hey. Alright, taurai.
No, mati ndiye nyunguwa ndinokupai. Ndokui.
Andidhingura. Okay, makadi koma love doctor.
Tiripo hedu.
ndizwa
Yeah, mistake.
inangwa ndakunzwa wangu pangapataurwa nevamwe ndazongobatira zvinhu nokuti ini ndiri webhora kana achimbotarisa zvemaanalysis kuti bhora rinofamba sei but ndangofara kuti dewa vadzoka vakafamba zvakanaka vanga vachitaura zvemaproject avo avakaita nevanhu vakasangana navo nemhinga mupinyi dzavakasangana nadzo izvo ndazvinzwa zvinonakidza kunzwa nokuti nesiwo tichionawo kuti nyika yedu yakamira sei zvinonakidza vanhu nezvinonetsa vanhu ivo vanga vari paground vakadii vakazviona natendai paazotaura ndazongobatirawo akunopedza ndopandazopinda muchirongwa saka asi ndichataura pane zvandanzwa nemusoro wenyaya wambotaurwa kuti zvishuwa here zvinoita kuti zvinzi munhu akaita 14 years ari musiling ndikaona kuti handifungi anenge achigara sei akavakirwa toilet mudenga imomo kana kuti anenge achidiko hazvifungike because unotopenga unotopedzera watoita pfungwa dzemunhu maybe anga ane 14 years ari musiling. I don't want to comment on that because to me that's absurd. I don't think it's true, but zvinogona kuita hazvo kuti angagona anga ari munhu akakepichwawo because kunoka zvakamboitika vana vaya vasikana vairepwa vaya vakagara 10 years vakavharirwa kumba but vanga vachibuda vachienda kutoilet vachidii vakangobharikedwa zvasiyana nemusiling. And going to zvawazokomenda dewa zvekuti chivanhu chiriko ndafara sereki pawataura izvozvo because panapa paprogram pataimbotaura mumakore ari kumasuro muvanhu vaipikisa stereki vachita senonzi chivanhu chakasara kana kuti chivanhu zvinhu zvaiitwa yanambuya nehanda yanga iri abuse vanhu vaiva paprogram yanzi that was abuse because tangwara tazodai but tikabva tangosivedu marudzi vatati ngatiende nazvo because isu kwatakakurira nemakurirwo edu ndo anotigavhena kugara kwari kuita nhasi saka ini chivanhu ndinochiteerera ndochisapota tichiriko but nemunhu kwaanobva I think ndo zvavanenge vachibhilivha nazvo kana vachida kugura mutemo vachida kugura kunzaaizvaitwe kumusha kwedu izvozvo but ndokomena ndada kuti ndafara kuti at least ndowabvuma kuti zviriko ndakambotaura pano kuti pane gore that was 2001 yes 2001 pakafa mbuya vangu then I was ndaenda South Africa ndaenda kuZimbabwe saka handikunoziva kuti parufu panogovewa zvinhu zvopiwa vanhu zvodii but ini semuzukuru usikana ndebva ndati ndakasumuka pane vanhu ndozvibvuma ndakashaisha but nenyaya yekutsamwa kana kuti dhati nonzi chiko kuchema munhu kurwadza that pain kuti mbuya vangu washandisipo kudidibidi saka ndakabva ndasumuka ndabva ndati zvamuri kutaura chakati muri kugova ichi mapa mbuya nhingi kana kuti sisi nhingi handisi kubvumirana nazvo dai mapa nhingi uyu zvanzi iwo unotaura sani panga pane hama dzanambuya vangu vakuva nasekuru vamwe asingatombozivha ivo vataurwa nadhira kuti unodedzwa kwanhingi madzikuru wanga aripo zvikanzi mwana uyu kudididi mai vangu achibva pindirwa namama musiye ane shungu regai apedze shungu dzake handiti saka ndinobva ndati ini zvinhu zvandiri kutaura mazviri nezvazvo izvi zvinhu zvangu zvandakatenga nemari yangu zvandiri kuda kuti ndipewo somebody munin'ina wambuya vangu ngaatore fridge iyo heti iyo yamari kuti ndaitirwa nanhingi nebhachiro isutu ipai munhu 1 iseseti ndindakazvitenga ndiri kuzvigova ndakazodzoka kuno kunyaya iyo ndakatozodza kuti mama vangu vakatozopedzera varipa tikati chezvo kana mbonudza ndamboudzwa ndakangodzi musiyei mwana nyenya yangu kuti I'm very sensitive because ndainovatauda vanasekuru vavo zvikashaya basa but point yangu ndeyekuti mitemo nenhingi neculture yedu inoda kuteedzerwa pane dzimwe nhamo ini ndakatodzidza futi kubva mavhiri I was young then but nekuona kuti zveshuwa zvimwe zvinhu zvinoteedzerwa iwe uchifunga kuti wakangwara unenge usina mbongwara unotokanganisa vamwe vanhu kana kuti dzimwe hama dzako pane nyaya unenge waita like izvozvo ndakatozoona kuti ana mama vakazoripiswa kunzi masiya mwana wenyu haana kurayirwa chichichi ndakatozozvinzwa ndatozodzokera kuholiday ndida kutobvunza kuti kuvana sekuru vaya vekuda kundishamisirira parufu varipiswa nzi sekuru nhingi vakada mombe dzikaenda but pari zvino vakatofa kana ndimazviona kuti naivo futi zvavakaita zvakaipa inini pamwe ndini ndaita futi kuti vafe. I'm just joking, but kungoti emphasize kuti culture inonzi mitemo kana kuti mitemo yecultures yedu whatever, zvimwe zvinhu tinofanira kungozviteedzerawo so kuti zvisasare zvizonetsa vanoteera kumasuro. Ndataura shona uri kuripa mhosva yababa vako, uri kuripa zvakati, iwo pamwe unotomboizive mhosva yacho unenge utozoudzwa. You see, I grew up hearing those kind of stories, but pane vanhu vaitodispita kuti zvakasara zvichaitika. Ndikati okay, zvakasara zvakaita pamusha kwenyu, but kune dzimwe misha vanogona kutokuudza kuti nanhasi tiri kutohondwa, nanhasi sekuru vakuru vachitaura asi vakafa 1960 nguva yehondo. Saka ndatenda hangu dhewa kuti watsidza kuti zvimwe zvinhu zvinoteedzerwa nezvazvo, because you never know kuti imba iyo inogona kunzi imba iyo dai wasina kuda chikaranga ichocho pamwe chozonzwa after 2 years imba yakatsemuka. Wafambira kumapostori unzi pane zvawakakanganisa kuita pawakavaka imba iyo. Tinozvinzwa isu but tisingasingadi kuzvibhiliva, but ndangotenda kuti chivanhu ngachititeedzere kana tichinzi chiriko kumamana kwedu, because kune vamwe zvavo masaladha vanhu vasina mitemo yakaita seiyoyo. One nenyaya wataura yasisi ava vekunzi vekuti I rather go pakona ndinowana mari, it's very very true. Ini nditori nemumwe munhu wakumamana kwedu anoisa izvozvo, akatosiya basa, zvikanzi akatosiya basa kwaishanda, zvikanzi mari hatisi kuona mari, inotozouya tasweta tazodai but tomira mukuona. Tikati koutye here, because pana vamwe vanonzi vanorohwa, vamwe unongorifurafwa. Zvikanzi sometimes yes, unoona anokurafawo, unoona anokuchitawo, unoona anokudi, but it's a quick money. Nemafeelings awataura there was a sure. Zvikanzi dzimwe dzenguva kazhinji kacho hazvina kana feeling mukati, ndezvengoti ndirarame ane vana 2 ndichengete vana vangu, nesingatombofungi zvekuti pamwe ndicharobewa kana ndichakanganiswa, ndichitofunga kuti ndatowana customer chirika ndinoda inonzi short time yawareva iya. Saka it's true zvesure. Dzimwe dzenyaya idzi kana tichikwanisa kubatsira sezvawaita kudhewaka, totoshaya kuti tingakutendesei kana kuti tingave tinowanikwa tichifolowa sei. Zvawakaita zvakawandisa, and Mwari vachokukomborera.
Thank you.
Kune vanhu dzimwe dzisitombori hama dzako zvatinoona, and zvekuti unoshaya newe unotorwadziwa kuti dai ndabatsira, unenge usina, but kungonzwira munhu tsitsi kuti nhai, kwete kuti unozviwana kana kuti unogona kuti uri muzivi kana kuti ndiwani, kungoona kuti ubuntu wataura tendai kuti kungova munhu pane vanhu, chivanhu chedu kungoziva kuti zveshuwa munhu kana akashama, ini ndakatosunga zvangu kana dhuku, ndinogona kutopa kutodai naye vhara kana mazamu kana kutovhara kana private parts nechimwe something little bit, not that somebody has asked you to do it, out of your heart, imoyo wako, nekungoziva kuti uri munhu pavanhu. Asi takatosiyana zvekuti kune vamwe vanhu unoshaya kuti ane mwoyo wakaipa sei munhu, anoona munhu ari kutambura ototora pikicha kana kuti otokuchidzira, zvinoita vanhu vaSouth Africa zvezvo kuti vanodira vanhu petrol, otoisa huni, otoisa nhingi kuti atsve. Ushaya kuti uri munhu wesimbi here, you don't feel, hauna kana kaika kuti tarwadziwa hazviite izvi. Unototora kuti video, kuti kanditora video munhu achirohwa kana kusa vakomana ndatenda zvangu. Nyaya iyoyi dhewa yawataura it's been going on for years. Kushaya kuti what munhu ari kutora video kana ari kuzviita anowana mbiri yei, anowana satisfaction yeiko yekuti ndarova munhu, obva wanzwa kufara here, ndauraya munhu, obva wanzwa kufara here, ndisingazive maaftermath akadaro. Ndinongoshungurudzika kuti how do you live with yourself after you kill even somebody neaccident chaiyo, rova mwana womuvariza neaccident yekuti yange si mhosva yako, unorwadziwa upenyu hwako hwese kushaya kuti ndinozvidzora sei kuti zvirabhike, but munhu anouraya munhu kana kuti anorova munhu zvakadaro, aiwa ini hangu ndogara chine matanda Mwari kuti dai zvenyu vatiparadza, because the reverse yacho is very it's not inevitable because hazvitomboiti chiri kuitika pasi pano. Tingatedi kuZimbabwe but nyika dzakawanda dzinoita izvo zvisingataurike izvi. Anouraya munhu, odambura munhu mwoyo, kutanga kudya nyama mbishi. Imi hazviiti. Rekende dewa aiwa amen. Dzimwe nyaya dzedu dzakawandisa. We have to sit down and now as a school of thought and vanhu vanokwanisa tiri able, hatina kuremara, tine maoko, tine makumbo, tine pfungwa, tichaona kuti tingaite sei. Pane zvimwe zvinhu zvaunoita zviri behind scenes zvatingazivi, tigona kuti tinozviita forward here kana kuti tinozvimaketawo tichiti please tibatsirewo pane nyaya dzakadai dzakadai. Because kana kuzvikoro tikuzwa kuti vana vari kuabhuswa, kuzvikoro kumaboarding schools kwatinechiti vana vari kudzidziswa, they are being abused as well. Saka we don't know where to turn. We don't know, like you say, kuti you went to school, ichiudza vana kuti unenge chivaudza kuti dzidzai kune mabasa, but vachizviona kuti vana bhodhi vakaita form 6 vakapasa, havana chavari kuita, ndo vari kuita zvemutoriro, vari kuita madrugs, vazodai turning into matsotsi, vari kutsvaga mapfuti kuti vamirire vana mama pamakona vachivarobha. I don't know as people and as a nation how we can actually tackle this issue. Inombomira pane nguva iyoyi mundomboti Dr. vambopinda nokuti I don't see it. I don't even see the light close by. It's very, very far. But zvinokwanisika kuti zviitike.
Good. Thank you so much, Sibo. Thank you so much. I think after the incident, was it 7 or 9 years, who was found pregnant? So I think what the government has gazetted or they're trying to initiate was now to do sex education in primary schools at an early age. Sezvinoitwa kuno ku-UK zvokuti mwana panenge grade 1 or 2, they are now being taught kuti this is a vagina, this is a penis. If someone touches your vagina or if someone touches your whatever, is sexual abuse. Because of that, I think the government has gazetted kuti sex education needs to be enforced kuma schools because nenye mwana wekubulawayo. And again, I would like to add to what you've said, kuti pane pamwe kuti when kana uri kuzimu especially chede moyo wano inosiyana, unoziva kuti pane pekuti you are forced to do something because unoziva kuti munhu arikuda something but ari kutadza kutenga zvaari kuda because haana mari. Pane pamwe pekuti I'll go kumashops ndagara zvangu so once not munhu anga achida chinhu che50 cents but 50 cents yacho haana, akutosiya. So you end up going an extra mile kuti okay, let me do this, kana kuti okay, I'm paying this for you, I'm doing this for you. Once munhu anokutenda from the bottom of their heart. So what I'm just trying to encourage people ndezvekuti every little helps, like what Tesco says. Even if that towards Christmas, chingu just surprise someone, even with the $20 check, a small grocery, that person won't forget you, because I'm being honest with you. When you look at them, fake social life, your social media life, you could portray what they are not, but in real life, I just struggle. Mr. Chakut, but things are tough. But I don't know how best we can, as people, to help, especially this young generation in a way, because I'm telling you this, they are wasted with the drugs, alcohol, prostitution. They are wasted to a point where you look at them and you feel sad. It's not only happening in urban areas, even kumaruzeva chaigo chihure chacho chiri top, kudhakwa kwacho kuri worse, madrugs acho kumaruzeva ariko futi. Saka you sit down and look and say, wow, what can we do? So what I'm just trying to encourage everyone, they always say charity begins at home. I don't know how best we can start from our own backgrounds, trying to educate trying to enforce, trying to tell these youngsters, as much as things are tough, resorting into alcohol, drugs, prostitution, it doesn't help. Because it's sad, it's very challenging. Yekuti pamwe pacho unozvibvunza so ona kuti hey, this is not right. But you and me, I think tine basa, and we can do it. We can change it. The more we talk about it, the more tikupa information, and the more we might change people's lives. Right. Thanks for joining us, Monica Gonzekwe. Good. How are you doing? Laura, how are you doing? Monica na Laura,
Tiripo kanjani?
Mushe zirudini.
Mushe.
Munondoziya dzinofamba nehurongwa unga ngurusika tienda neleni ichidaiwa. Tikumhoro sei? Laura zviri sei?
Yes,
Monica. Right.
Yes, kanjani?
Bo.
Good.
Right. Dr. Love, how are you?
Ndiri right hangweni.
Ndakangomirira.
Mira inditi gaga, munozwa gaga yangu inotora. But let me put it this way. I am glad that we are back on air, and I'm glad that vanhu kunzoko kumativi mana enyika kuhanzu kumagungwa oko meno miri kwemakungwa. I hope you all are doing well. I hope this time around I will be succinct and a little bit logical. Nakuti vanhu vanoti if you come with emotions vanhu havanzwisise zvinoda munhu ari logical. But I am an emotional person as well. I cannot deny that. And the reason is that ndakakurira muZimbabwe, and I know the difficulties and also the pain, wana vanhu. Nyangwe ndisisiko, even if I haven't been there for years, I've got cousins, I've got siblings, I've got hama dziriko, and they all have one thing that they say, and they're saying vari kutambudzika, vari kutsvagawo. And Zimbabweans are very straight and respectable people. Sevanu tirivanu who love to respect and love to give nemoyo wedu wose. And the situation that we find ourselves in, we don't understand it, but we can. Tinogara tichingoshingira, hanzi shingira mwana wangu, mangwana kuchanaka. Hanzi chi zvazvunhu hanzi zvinoguma, hanzi chisingapere chinoshura. That's the ndiyo tsumo yachona. But kuzosvika rini tichingoti chisingaperi chinoshura. That's my preface. That's my preface at this point. And when I say something, I am trying to learn myself, and by learning and and this is where I come from. There is always a right time to share truth, Antika, but a truth shared outside its time is no better than a lie. Papa. Chandiri kuda kuunza ndechekuti Zimbabwe inyika yakakosha. And there is so much that Zimbabwe can actually give Zimbabweans. Sevu remu Zimbabwe. Rinonzi ndipo patinotsika, ndipo patinogara, ndipo patinorarira. There is a lot that Zimbabwe, as the land, can give its people. But there is only a handful of people that could control that information and that resource. Asi vanhu vakawanda vari kutambura vachiti tinoshingirira, tichashingirira, ramangwana richanaka, vachifunga kuti richanatswa nani, ivo vasingakwanisi kuzvishandira kuti rivanakire ivo panguva iyoyo. vamwe vanenge vasina simba rekutosumuka vachienda kunoti but I would want to start by saying this. We are only 5 months away from making the change you want to see in your own life. Whoever you are going to vote for, however you are going to do it, musatyisidzirwe kunzi your vote tinozwa kuti munenge mavhoterani. Vhotera munhu waunoda. Handisi kuti side iri kana kuti iro. But vhotera side raunoziva kuti rako ramangwana rinenge riri nani, or at least you have a chance to. Muri kunzwisisa. That's where I say a truth shared outside its time is no better than a lie. Dzimwe nguva ngatitaure chokwadi. Ndozoenda kunyaya dzatiri kutaura idzodzidzi. And it all is everything that we are talking about and we are going to be talking about on this program, the Ddc Skool of Thoughts. It is influenced and is influencing. And in terms of recursive influence, ne politics dzemuZimbabwe. Takada kunyeperana kuti aiwa tinombokanganwa politics by entertaining ourselves in social media, tichiseka vanhu, tichidi, tiri kuzvinyepera. Because at the end of the day, it's those policies, it's those vatungamiri, vari kutungamira vanhu, sevanhu kwete sembwa, kwete se their own personal backyard ka. Ivo vatungamiri vavo kana vachikoshesa upenyu hwevanhu. Ipapo ndipo pandinoti nyika inochinja. If we think that we are by standing pama sideline tichiti aiwa kwanhingirikini ndiko kune rufaro kana kuti kwanhingirikini ndiko kuri kutukwa vanhu ka, that's just a mirage, because you are running away from the elephant in the room. The room is that elephant is that your situation is never gonna change because you are ignoring the fact that the power is in your hands to make a change. And that change comes when you vote. You are given that opportunity once every 5 years, and take that opportunity to make a difference. I'm not I'm politically inclined, but I don't have a political party and not in a E. But and when we go into the social media, this is a phenomenon that's all around. We are living in that age. It's been exposed because of my technology and social media and all. Let's talk about Nyaya levels, Shashel, whatever. I cannot even pronounce the name. But that's a situation that is very deplorable. But it's all in there. They are not the first people to do it. They are not going to be the last people to do it. But why is it that we take Ningirikini, that type of sensationalized scandal, and we put it as #1 trending? Pama social media yedu, tichikanganwa madumbu yedu. Why is it that we actually are trying to figure out who was right, who was wrong? Panyaya so personal as that. And it's because it's all in the public domain, right? But let me remind you that public domain has consequences. When you start doing those things, and internet will never forget. Whatever happens the next time, 20 years from now, we will have evidence. We cannot scrap this information out of internet. So, yeah, whoever leaked this information, this video, or whatever the news that my messages that were private out there, there has to be a law, stringent law, to make sure that the person is punished, because it's an aggravated emotional and physical abuse. I don't take that lightly. because a life can be destroyed and has been destroyed because of that. And I would want to say, whether it's her or him, whatever the case may be, we don't want to stand not for morality, no, for the people who we are as Zimbabweans. Tinodada ingawani tichiti vakadzi vedu vane hunhu, varume vedu pamwe imbwawo asi dzine hunhu. Murikunzwa? And yet we are all over this piece of shit. Sorry for my French. Tichifunga kuti tirikutonakidzwa, passing time as it were, not knowing that we are cultivating another seed out of this one video. Nempiri yairi kuita kai, whether or not it's gonna be good for them, exposure-wise or not, or it's gonna negatively affect them. We are planting a seed for 10 more, and those 10 will plant a seed for 100, if not 1,000 more of such deplorable behavior. Zvinhu izvi hazvidi kusekererwa, man. Zvinoda kuti take a stand on it. But as I say, he who has not sinned, cast the first stone. In the not I cannot cast that stone. But at least I can make a stand and say, no, this should not happen. At least with a clear conscience. Nyaya Grant Hlahla. I think this one shows the epitome of Ningirikini, of a decaying society that we have, not only in Zimbabwe, but across the world over. And as I said, we are living in those times. Some will say these are biblical prophecy coming to pass. The internet yakati parira. No. This is something that even when you see the trends that have been going throughout the last decade, or throughout even the last 20 years since the inception of Ningirikini worldwide internet. Internet has been around for more than 40 years, I know, but with the proliferation of internet the last 20 years especially, if you look at studies and all the social, economic, and societal issues that are coming today to bear, they are magnified because of that. And the example, Grant Hlahla, is a very good example. We are either heading for a big fall as a society, and especially as a Zimbabwean community, we are heading for an even bigger hurt if we don't take stock of what's going on. Tombomira kusekana, kufumurana, totiko nai. What are we doing as a collective psyche or as a collective community? What is the purpose of us having such repeatable and easily avoidable situations? How do we come to the point yakuti munhu anogara 14 years, believable or unbelievable? 14 years are ceiling. Obviously, interchanging ceiling to relieving himself in the bathroom and going back. But how can a 29-year-old at the edge of a young age of 15 end up being subjugated to such deplorable, mind-controlling effects like these? Let me tell you, it's because of one thing: religion. Gogom Hlahla was religious, I suppose. I'm not going to fight religion. I'm not bashing religion, but I am bashing people who so blindly follow what is called religion, when in actuality It's a parasite in our society because we lack that discernment as to what we can consider religion or mashalots, false prophets and all, charlatans. Why I say that is this. How can a 15-year-old, having all the mental capacity and the strength of a young man, vibrancy of a young man, be forced to act and behave like an animal like that, unless they were under such I don't know what kind of forces or spirit they were under, but it was probably because of the religious ideas that they were following, some of which are inhuman, some of which are not even biblical, some of which are not even religious to that, for that matter. And here we are thinking, Aywa, say, how can that be? How is that possible? Why is it that we are in this mental jail because of some religious misgivings and misinterpretations of it all? Because of that. People have gone to war because of the Bible, the Quran, and other religious beliefs. And you know why? Because they misinterpreted the words, the messages. And here we are, having to subject a young man who had a future to such deplorable and inhuman existence because we want to follow something that we don't even understand, such as religion. I cannot say much. Tozoenda kuma prostitutions aya nema drugs aya arikuya. You know, the one thing that I don't understand is this. Panama Purisa, they know they are drugs. Why are those drug pins not being jailed? Unless we think that they are actually interconnected by some big chefs who are Rimuma government, walker in the corridors of parliament and government officials. I'm not going to conspiracize this, but I have a sneaky feeling, Yakuti. As much as we hear about Mtoriro, Chichi, Icho ne Icho, tunotozwa vanhu vari kutotengesa. Mapurisa anenge atoripo next door foot, and nothing is happening. Why? The decadence and the decay of our Ningirkini, of our society, exemplified by such immoral transactions. I wouldn't be surprised if it is one of the blind CC copy chi in the top 5 top secret manual yevanhu vari kutonga vachiti tiri kuda kudhakwisa vafana ivava kuti vasaite vasasumudze musoro dzavo kuti tigare tiri panzvimbo dzedu. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's me hypothetically thinking. But it wouldn't be surprising because that's where the money comes from too. Unoona munhu achitotengesa something for $20 kuti awane chibhodhoro che$5, che$2, che$5.50 oenda kunoba adhakwa kudaro zvonzi mangwanai tiri kunovhota. Munhu anomuka kuenda kunovhota vadhakwa kudaro. Hapana munhu anodaro. So I think this is this could be, and I'm not, I wouldn't put that past to some of these fools. Vanoenda mumadhorobha imomo vachizwa kuti in the cities, that's where another party has majority support, and then they go and do that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's their strategy, but it's a secret, top secret, number 5, top secret injunction now. Because at this point in time, I don't understand why, if it's prevalent and it is out in the open, why there are not a lot of people. They are called drug dealers. Why aren't they being jailed? And that's a question I would want to hear from Nengirikini Police Commissioner Chayuva. I would want that question to be answered because it's gone for too long. for too long. And then ndrukuda kuzosvika panyaya ye-abuse yevana, 7-year-old being pregnant, a 9-year-old being pregnant. And I wonder what our conscience says. Kana mukanzwa, a 7-year-old, what were you doing when you were 7 years old? I remember I was actually as innocent as they come, still excited about going to start my grade 2 IPAP at Hatfield. I remember that when I contemplated this, I was like, dang, I was so innocent. I didn't even know what was what, except for the next day. I was looking forward to meeting my friends. And Tombo no Tauraneja, Knight Rider, or some cartoon like Voltron, Mazwayayo. I'm not dating myself, but those were the days. At 7, I wasn't thinking Kutindichakwirwa, and I'll have a kid at that time, at that age. Aiwa, no. This is very, very sad. Kuti, if our society does not kusajamuka chaiko kudaroka, kuti izvizvi, let that be the first 2 cases and the last 2 cases zatichanzwa. I doubt kuti we have a spirit of Ningirikini Ubuntu if we don't stand up for that, especially varume isu tunokonzeresa mskana angazviitise nhumbu inokonzerwa nevarume. Shame on us for that. Shame on us for not even saying out loud kuti no, this is not right. This is not human. We are becoming a lot of animals, and unabated animals, uncivilized, barbaric. Ameno. Anzi ma homo habilis herekana kuti homo erectus ameno ikoko takutoenda kumasaidi ekutanga madziteteguru edu. That's how we are becoming and behaving, and that I don't understand. And it's not only in Zimbabwe, I know, but we as Zimbabweans must take account for what we as Zimbabweans are experiencing. And this should be something that should be deplorable and be very vigorously denounced. But yeah, who am I to say anything except the kuchemao kwemuna anozwa kuti Zimbabwe tiri kutambudzika. The last thing I want to touch on is Ningirikini, nyaya yema-family breakups aya. Nekuda kwekuti mjolo wawanda mjolo uyu. I think the spirit of sexual perversion is out there, and it's multiplying in the millions, because with the story levels, story of prostitutes, drugs, abuse of the girl child, and the family breakups all comes down to something that is the case of sexual Ningirikini, anonzima sexual misbehaviors. Handizivewo kuti zvinorevei, zvicharevei kuti unoona mukadzi achitofunga kuti atori kutamba iri right, ari kutamba akachenjera kuti anochinjisa varume. You know, women have that power, and you have that power if you don't know. Let me tell you right now. The person you allow kuti urarwe naye is up to you. There is no way on this good, God-forsaken earth would you be subjected to a guy usingamude. The only way you will do that is by giving up your power, by thinking that you are worthless, by thinking that you cannot, by thinking that you are desperate. Ndio ma-prostitutes ayawo nevamwe vakadzi vakufunga kuti hanzi shiri yakabvuta ndireken. Musazvinyepere. Kana shiri yakabvuta rekenika, let me tell you what you are doing. You are misusing that power. Reken iyo yamakabvuta, because you are just making it worse for yourselves. You are shooting yourselves in the foot instead of doing something about that kana shiri yakabvuta reken chaizvo and stopping this nonsense. Zvamunongoti, varume ndimi makatifosa, ndimi munoti nyenga. Hamukwanise kuti aiwa handikude. Hamukwanise kufamba, walk away. But we cannot do that, and I understand. I'm talking here on the basis of generality, but I also understand that the reality on the ground is we are all suffering, and it boils down to this. Zvandatanga kutaura zviya, I will conclude. For you to carve per table, for you to have an opportunity to do something respectable with your life, you have to choose the right leadership for the country to go in the right direction. Because Zimbabwe inokwanisa kufida mhuri yayo nedzimwe nyika dzemu Africa 100 times over. But right now, we have a lack of leadership, both ruling and opposition. Ngatisimudzei musoro wedu. Ngatizviremekedzei nemiri dzedu vakadzi. Moti aiwa, murume wangu, chiva murume. Inini ndiri kuenda kunovhota. Ukasavhota nhasi, tiri kukunyima. Tiri kukunyima. Toona kuti zvinoitei. As I always would say, and this was a philosopher, because I'm going to misquote him, I'm not going to say his name. He said, give me an army of lovers and I will conquer the world. Varume kana vachikudai vane rudo pavari. They will conquer the world because they are fighting for their woman or their women. The power iri munemi vakadzi. Mati varume tambo kumirirai makutopfeka mapitikoti seso vakadzi. Imimi vakadzi chiitai varume. And stand up and say, inini ndiri kunovhota, wakasavhota yapera yako. Yako inenge yatova yapera. At least 1 month. Ndiri kungotaurawo, but I don't know if it will make sense to anyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hypothetically speaking, as Dr. Love has said, mental health is real. Looking at what Dr. Love has said about the Grant's case, right? 14 years is per se what the social media is saying and what people are saying. This young boy was still a minor at 15, 14 years and ceiling. That makes 29 years up to date. Hypothetically speaking, I think mental health needs to be assessed. The mother herself and the Grant himself. We have got two people here who are not mentally stable because, like what Dr. Love said, with 115 years, the adrenaline, the energy that the person has to behold captivity by the mother for 14 years, it's questionable because that's the time when this boy is a boy. Mabora ndo panenge ari kudonha, energy inenge iri too much, ari kutanga kupundudza. There is a lot that boy needs to do. Saka for him to stay, if it is 14 years, then something is not right. For the mother who be gone for 14 years, something is not right as well. The name of voice notes and Dagapu and the story with Zimbabwe about this case. Yeah, grand. I will play them later. So for those who are just joining us, our tonight's topic, we are talking of unethical social media stories that we hear. Name ethical stories, but how can you balance this as people, as us? Do we need to jump on the bandwagon and glorify things which are not ethical? Or can we address and raise awareness so much that we become better people than for us to praise and worship the bad, which is not benefiting any one of us or even our children? So we want to be more realistic. We want to be more real. We want to touch base. We want to be better. How can we better ourselves if we don't address these unethical things that we hear on social media, which people are saying? I know, but some of these things, as a journalist or whatever, if you're trying to catch someone's attention, they use what we call discourse. So, for instance, if I'm going to write a story and say a dog bites a man, it's not something that is new. We know that dogs bites men or bites people. But if I'm to say a man bites a dog, it's going to make, oh, so some of these things that these people bring to the social media to attention, if you don't sit down, read, to understand, evaluate and analyze yourself and reflect on them, then you go haywire. So what I've realized is most people, most of us, we read to comment. We don't read to understand. So we are trying to make people read to understand than read to comment. So that's what we are saying. And for those that are just joining us, welcome back. We are back again on DDC. And I'm giving away some lovely earrings as a Christmas gift to the ladies Vagaborwa, just to say thank you guys for being with us on DDC. But because, I was home, I'm broke, I'm just trying to give those in the UK for postage within the fees. If you feel want it, even if you're not in the UK, you can just give me the postage fee, then I can post them to you. I think I only have 20 pairs for the meantime, which I brought from Zimbabwe. So be one of those lucky people. Thanks for supporting DDC. Varume, Guchirenyu Repo. We know we always do it the way we do it. Right. Monica, how are you? Denny, Laura. Sorry for keeping you holding, guys. How are you, good people?
I'm okay. How is everyone?
Well, we do good.
We're doing good. How are you? And thanks for joining us.
Thank you. In the way I see it, I think people in Zimbabweans are overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
They are overwhelmed because they allowed a lot of things to go wrong. And now they've reached a point where they don't know. It's like, when you're crossing a river, you get to a point and then aparwizirwa kazara.
Mm-hmm.
You are now right in the middle of the river. Going forward and coming back is just as dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is where we are. And this has started from things that are being allowed either for... I don't believe you can talk about any aspect of life without referring to politics, because everything is politics. And I find it daft for people who say, oh, no support, politics. It doesn't make sense, because everything about your life, your food, your children's education, your medication, your medicine bills, your hospital, everything is politics. So you either choose nevamwe or you empower yourself and do something about it. But doing something about it could be going to vote, but also could be demanding better services from whoever is managing things at a particular time. So the fact that things have been going wrong and no one is brave enough to say this is going wrong, no one challenges any director of any particular hospital, no one challenges any director of education or whatever. People just look. It's as if people are paralyzed. And you would think that the majority anotsikwa so, anotsikwa gumbo so, and then anoramba kanyarara. And then they will look at the person who's got their foot on top of theirs and just say, look at them like asking them, kuti kwamskonoti makanditsika ere? You have to say, come on now, wakanditsika ndikurwadziwa panapa. And then munhu akaramba akakutsika mupushe, you know? You don't just say, oh, sorry, makanditsika. And then what? And I think a lot of things are going wrong because people are going around bootlicking. People who are wrong, doing so wrong to you. And it doesn't make sense. And there are so many aspects. Zvichitangira kuchechi chaiko chaiko. Kuchurch, it all goes wrong. Nobody is able to say to the church leader, this is out of order. You can't speak like that. A whole pastor who has got millions or thousands of people who follow them, they stand up and say, stealing 500,000 is not as bad as stealing 5 million. And what gets on my nerves is to see parents, everybody in that church, you know, they all laugh and clap, and then it's not everything is a joke. You are in that church because there's the 10 commandments, and one of them is thou shalt not steal. And everything, it doesn't make sense. And I would think if I were to go to church and the pastor goes, stealing 1 million is not as bad as stealing 5 million, I'm not going back the following Sunday. I'm not learning anything. But there is a father, a mother, and they are all children. They were in that congregation when that pastor was saying that the father vapratika nekuseka, mai vacho varara pasi nekuseka. Saka, when are we going to just go back to basics and look at the teachings of the Bible and then the morals of everything that we grew up knowing, and more just basic, the things that make us human. So that is one. We just laugh at things that are not funny at all. And still at the church, I think, the church, I'm sorry, because I keep going to my post story. My post story have ruined a lot of things. And come on now. We've seen videos of grown men buying Cerevita. What of Cerevita? Cerevita is for babies. And how is a whole father doing a video? And she said that throwing a Cerevita. Tichana kuti kudii. Chichari kuvhaira nacho ipapo kutenga Cerevita murume mukuru. Otoita video. Apa kumba kwake chaiko. Vana havana Cerevita. Akuti ari kuenda kumasoyo kunotya Cerevita. The reason why I'm saying this is because I know mapostori varume anozvichengeta akadya akatsvukira akadini, mwana asina bhutsu, mwana asina chikafu. Basa ndere kunovhairirana ikoko kumachechi ikoko kuti ndabikirwa zvakanaka, ini ndakachena, indine vakadzi vakadi, vakadzi vachona that they don't look after. Tichiri ipapo, munhu anotora vana vevaridzi. Anotora vana vevaridzi, but zvinenge zvatangira pakuti hapana ari kutsiura all these wrongdoings zviri kuitwa vachishandisa hierarchy dzavo idzodzidzi dzekuti kune maprofita. Now I'm going to an issue yakanganisa livelihood dzevana vadiki vakawanda zviri kukonzeresa kuti a lot of young girls varoorwe vari very young. Maprofita anoprofita munhu kuti ucharwara, ukasaroorwa ucharwara and uchafa. O ukasaroorwa nanhingi ucharwara and then ukasiya murume yeye uchafa, as if semen yake carries life. What kind of nonsense is that? And so you see many people believing it. You see vabereki vemwana yeye vachibhilivha, vamwe vemuchechi imomo vachibhilivha kuti mwana yeye akasaroorwa nanhingi anofa. Now, in Zimbabwe we have mutemo wekuti a witch doctor is not allowed to mention kuti munhu aroiwa nanhingi. If a witch doctor does that, they will be arrested, they will be persecuted. So vakaregedza kudhara kutaura nonsense dzakadaro. How is it then maprofita aya echipostori, both men and women, get away with predicting kuti mwana uyu akasaroorwa nanhingi anofa? And these girls end up being forced kunogara nevarume ava who do not love them anyway. Perverts who are practicing sex trafficking in broad daylight. And because zviri kuitwa inonzi church yatakura tichiona, when you are thinking about sex trafficking, hapana ari kumbofunga kuti mapostori ma-sex traffic, hapana anotombozvifunga. But when you look at it, that is what they are. Because it does not make sense kuti a 29-year-old man anotora vana vevanhu 10, 11, 12, 13 achigara navo. But it's happening. What are we doing about it though? Nothing. And so we on one hand, our constitution is saying no forced marriage, no child marriage, and no sexual slavery and all that. And then on another hand, the bearers of the constitution are going into a community where sex trafficking is rampant, where abuse of children and women is rampant, are going. Saka, it just disempowers everyone. Saka tinotangira papi manje kuti tochiti let us solve this issue here. I've been dealing with this issue. Yeah, my sister who was kidnapped. I cannot begin to tell you, Kutizona, everyone that I have approached, manguma journalist and tochka kutaura, everyone is afraid. So if you're afraid to stand for this truth and to speak your truth and to be firm and to be principled that way, all this we are doing right now is just to talk. And you know what talk is? Talk is cheap, because tinenge tichitadza kuzoenderera mberi kuti zvatataura manje, what are we going to do about it? Hazvibatsire manje kuti tongoita mangwana tauya pano tataura nyaya yaMemory Machaya. Tomorrow we come back again here when we talked about Memory Machaya, and that was like nearly 2 years ago, a year or 2 years ago. Memory Machaya, she died, she was 13. But A year later, only a couple of months later, we are here talking about 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds who are being impregnated by who? Relatives, cousins, whatever. Where are the parents? Can you not see kuti mwana wangu your behavior yachinja? Can you not see kuti something has happened to my child? Where are you? When all these things are happening, these kids are where they are staying with mother and father. Saka, whether we are overwhelmed or tagumirwa zvokuti zvona hatina zvatichaona or takutongofunga kuti everything is a lost cause, there's no solution to these problems. It's a big problem for us. We can't come back here again. Totaura futi nyaya yevana vari 9. I think manje handiti memory anga ari 13. It was never heard of my 8 and 9-year-olds are pregnant. I bet we'll be coming here to talk about 4-year-olds. We can't be doing that. We need to find a solution. So zvokuti social services doesn't step in and take those children away from that family and arrest the parents whilst they are being investigated. Vanhu vanongosiyiwa vanenge paitika zvinhu zvakadai so. Ma-DNA ariko. Iyo nyaya ye-corruption yekuti it's another 13-year-old who's impregnated and the 9-year-old. Which means both kids were not being supervised. Both kids were not being supported. So you can't really arrest a 13-year-old unless he's now being used as a scapegoat. We have a big problem because the kids are being neglected. And people should not forget that the majority of kids right now, in 8 years' time or 10 years' time, they'll be young adults. And we are not taking care of their emotional needs. We are not taking care of their physical needs. We're not taking care of their intellectual needs. Whether you like it or not, the whole lot of us are going to get old. And these are the people who are going to be deciding what to do with us. I pray they throw us all in some dungeon because we are not doing what we're supposed to do to make sure that they have got a stable future. They will not be equipped to support us as elders or as the elderly. This whole thing is coming back to bite us, all of us. This is not a joke. And this also goes to talk about how people are afraid to mention people selling drugs to kids as the same thing. So the boys will be wasted, the girls will be uneducated, living in poverty because they have not been educated. They will become adults. So you are going to have a whole lot of adults who are uneducated, unprincipled, with no morals, druggies. They'll be in charge of you. So it is important that us as adults, we sit down and really think about where we are going, because we can't just walk around as if we are expecting that some angel is going to drop from somewhere and now start helping people raise the Zimbabwean child properly. We need to strategize. And now moving on to Grant's story. I feel very sad that it's only been a week or so that this story broke out of a young man who was a young man. First of all, I don't believe that he lived in a ceiling. I don't believe that. That ceiling can't be that strong unless when the house was built, it was built and structured in that way. Could the ceiling boards were stronger than the normal ceiling boards that we know? which means that it would have been the mother's plan all along to have a house in a ceiling iri strong like that, kuti igochengeta munhu ipapo. What I think happened is when he had so much noise, nekuda kunoita vanhu nyaya, 2 minutes, panenge patozara the whole community. Nekuda kunoita vanhu nyaya, there was too much noise that he got afraid and he climbed up into the ceiling. Kuti he stayed in the ceiling for 14 years, or that is not true. Come on, we can reason. That material which makes the ceiling as we know it is very weak. No grown man, not even a child, anotadza kubhovokera mukati muya muya. That man lived in the house, maybe in one room, achikandirwa sadza doro vharwa, and then ozongo maybe aitoitira everything in that room. But what is there for everybody that was involved? There was mental health, kuna mai vacho, and there's mental health to the son. But from what I was reading, the father suffered a stroke about 20 years ago. And knowing people as families, they probably left this poor woman to deal with everything by herself. She was looking after a disabled husband. She was not getting any financial support. She was not getting any emotional support. The only thing she could do was she had no one then to say, can you stay with my husband and my son whilst I go? But she also ended up being paranoid. She would not trust anyone to say, can you stay at my house whilst I go and go to church or whatever. So all she did was to lock him in the house and not allow anybody to come close. So for us, Isusu, it's easier for us to blame everything on witchcraft, because once we do that, it means that we have relinquished our own responsibility to face how we neglected as a community, how we neglected the woman, how we neglected Grant, and how we neglected the father who was disabled and would not have had any support. It also helps the family too, kuti vasadhile neguilt yavo yekuignore hama yavo yanga ichinida help. Vakangoti mbuya vairoya, kuroya kwacho kwanga kwakabva kwanyanyoita sei. I don't know about yourselves, but inini hangu inini, if I am aware kuti there is one of my relatives who is so vulnerable, I'll do everything I can to remove them away from that situation. I will go to the police and bring them. I will do everything I can to saka sekuru ava kana vanga vari being abused by mbuya, maybe he wasn't being fed, whatever was happening, but I don't see any excuse for varume vakuru vazukuru vachona varume vakuru vachiti zvona we couldn't get into the yard taitaura nasekuru nepa window. Come on now. I'm not buying any of that. Isusu, we do not want to take up responsibility yekuchengeta munhu ari disabled. So tinobva tangoti tozvisiya zvakadaro. Now that there's a problem, the grandfather, the man, has died, and then a week later, that guy, I don't know if it's, I came across a video, Irkuti Grant has passed away too. It would be a lot easier for Van Wemra in Macho Mese Momo and the family members to blame Uroi. So can I go to Uroi Mavamato Tapashikike, but not many people are able to explain mental health. But I think kuti panga pane serious mental health, and this woman had no support. Vagumava naye ane paranoia isingaite, hapana munhu waanga achitrasta. because they had left her to deal with the mental health yemwana wake ne mental health yemrume wake ari ega. I don't know if people are aware that sometimes if somebody was able-bodied and they end up manje either an accident or are disabled, they have got such sharp words. Their whole anger, what has happened to them because of the disability, the person who's looking after them suffers the most. So I'm not saying ndozvaiitika. I'm saying it could also be a possibility kuti mbuya ava vaigona kugara vachitukwa nasekuru, o sekuru vaigona kungoitawo hasha. It is possible. I'm not saying that is what was happening, but nobody knows kuti as we saw him achibuditswa mumba grant, was he always subdued like that? Kana anga ane mental health pamwe aitomborova. I'm not saying that's the case, but our understanding of mental health goes beyond just looking at someone for 2 minutes without any experience, without knowing the effects of all this that this woman was facing, and not kind of see how this was overwhelming. The main thing that makes me sad is akunombopera kana 2 days after this guy has come out of the house. Vanhu vatoita skiti kudhara. Muri kuita skiti yei? Mabva nekupi the whole street mukanozara ipapo, everything has become an actor now. Why are you acting out somebody else's misfortune? If this guy had survived, it's unfortunate he's died. Let's say he had survived and he had gotten the mental health support he needed and the counseling. Over recover or to a point where he is kind of managing his life is really none. Ofura nepo pa social media pa na varume vakuru vachidzika musilini. Really? How is that appropriate? Tata tiri kurasikira papi patiri kubva tarasika zvokuti hatichambonyara kuita zvinhu zvakadaro. Murume mukuru kutonotenga mafake nails ekupfeka. I think ndopandiri kuti papo tiri kurasika, because ina ndofunga ari murume wangu achidzoka kumba ndomuramba. Anopfeka mafake nails wayai over anoactor all that for what? How much money did they get? Achimoka umwe munhu aita 14 years akavharirwa pasina kuti tiri kuunderstanda predicament yake. I think tiri kurasika. We are so desensitized, but now let me wrap up, because ndataura zvakawanda. Hachienda apa pandikufara kuti mukoma wangu ndovataura apa. Ndakambozvitaurawo kudhara kuti dzimwe nguva maproblems edu people vachati hanzi ndikudaro nekuti handina murume. But I think mamwe maproblems atinawo aya adai akasotwa kudhara dai vakadzi vakangoti zvona 1 week we're not doing nothing. It's not happening. Maproblems mamwe mazhinji anodai akasorovhewa kudhara, asi problem yatinonoita manje hapana. Manje vazhinji vanobva vati vamwe vati we're locking it up. It's not happening. Panobva paita vamwe vanewara vanoti taiwana chance, vobva vanopa varume vaya zviri kuvharirwa vamwe kuti nyika inaki. Zvobva zvatokanganisika, because kunoita vamwe vane kunonzi kuita sei zvachinakira chiya chekuda hapashayikwe hwana anobva angoenda kanokanganisira everyone. But power yekuchinja zvinhu, in as much as women do not realize they have it. And also, I also say this, madzimai echipostori anoita outnumber varume vechipostori. they cannot expect someone else outside of that community to come and help them kuti vasa-abuswe. Ngodhilai nemurume kana muri vakadzi 10, dhilai nemurume wenyu iyeye 1. See how much you outnumber him. Just deal with him and sort all your problems out. But then they are also waiting for someone to come from outside and help them. So I think for now, I yield the mic.
Hold on. Before you go, you didn't touch after a period of time, then you want to claim that you have been raped. What's your take on this?
Okay. Okay. After a period of time, no claim. When we were at university, patanga ntiri ku university, pakanga kune statement yekuti zvona a no of an African woman is a yes.
Which is correct.
Mira, ipapo manje, it's not correct because you can't sit there and tell me that I don't know what I want. Where do you get off? How do I not know what I want?
No, I think when they say, okay, when they say a no if an African woman is a yes, is because I think Mngoma Gwangolo says this, and we once spoke about it. Kuti our generation, nana seguru benefit vesa. Akuna mukadzi aiti ukandaura noti yes. Yanga itori kikirika kunga asikudai achida. You see now.
Zvichireva kuti imi mese makabata vanhu zvibharo.
Exactly. Yes.
Muri kubvuma ka?
Yes.
Which means kuti hapana chinozotadzisa wakabata chibharo 10 years later kuti ataure kuti wakambata chibharo because ndo zvawakaita.
Okay.
Yekutanga yacho wabelieve kuti ndandisi kuziva zvandiri kuda saka waita kikiri. Wadi kundinyengerera kusvikira ndakuda. But iwe wati kikiri ubva wandimanikidza and then you have your way. And then because we were in a relationship and then we carried on, still doesn't take away from the fact that you forced yourself on me.
Listen, but that's what majority of women do. We say no, but deep down we mean yes.
Yes. There's a difference between no and yes. So why not talk to me? Why not? You've seen animals do it. You have seen birds. They come and dance around the female bird. They dance and dance until the female bird is ready. So why you, with all the capacity, you can't wait and then you force someone? So, to be honest with you, munhu anozotaura paaredi kuti paanenge aredi kuti izvona ndakabatwa, because panobatwa munhu paya zvinoaffecta munhu emotionally. So panogona kuzove nesomething chinoitika chinotrigger kuti ati saka pepe ndakatobatwa kainini. Vazhinji vakadzi vanobatwa and then they bury it kutozvi because dealing with that pain inenge iri a problem for them. So what happens is they bury that way deep. Zoti zvona pakaita me too ese ayaya ka avana kutomborealize kuti navo ndozvavakaitwa. But I'll tell you kuti vanogona kunge vakazotrigwa nei manje. Vanogona kunge vakazotrigwa nenyaya kana kuti yaSusan Mutami. Oh, wait a minute. This what happened to me. But makore esaya anga akaita sei? Anga akazviwandisa. Saka kubva izvozvi zvikuenda mberi kana munhu ari kuti no. Imimi itai kuti zvona it's okay, I'm here. I'll wait until you're ready. Because mchapera kusungwa mese. vataura manje kuti izvona wandibata panapa, because izvozvi zvakutaurika. Saka chekutanga chaizvo, pamwe mukomana uya zvekutanga chaizvo akabata munhu, vodanana, but it doesn't mean kuti izvona musikana haana kutsamwa kuti even though vakazoenderera mberi, it doesn't mean kuti haana kutsamwa kuti I wasn't ready to give it up, but ndamanikidzwa. Zvinhu zvinotokanganisa, understandai kuti zvinhu zvinokanganisa munhu emotionally, and zvinhu zvinogona kuzotomukanganisa kuenda mberi in other relationships dzaanozoita. Saka munhu akati no, musazomboita zvenyu kuti hanze no of an African woman,
it's a yes.
Is a yes, because a no is a no. That's one. So I remember ndichinzwa Royal College kuti a no of an African woman is a no. Women are having to fight to keep their dignity. And ukamufighta murume wacho yeyo, ukamukunda, anotsvaga futi something to make you feel small. Because I remember this guy achinditi, ndashaya kuti kablazo kabva nekupi. Ndaita blazo because ndamukurira, biye ndisina kumukurira andikanganisa. That is so wrong. And we have had to fight so many times. Kukaitwa research, I wouldn't, every woman, probably out of 10 women, 8, vakatombobvumburutswa chete. That's how bad it is. Vamwe vakapona, vamwe havana kupona. But maybe pamunoita women's conference, you need to address this issue now. Because mageta asiyana manje yabochwa. Izvo zvimunosungwa. Because achanyara kutaura kuti tabatwa zvibaro. Kudhara vanhu vainyarara kusvikira pakufa, hataura kuti ndakabatwa naningi. Izvo zvizachinja. So tinogona ngatazofadzana hedu kumberi, but kana wandibata kwekutanga wandibata, nothing will take away from that. So anogona kunga akabata munhu zveshuwa mukomana wayawe, akazongofarisa manje. Ipo nyaya yekufungwa, handiti wabata munhu because ufungwa kuti une upper hand. Nyaya yekufungwa kuti ane upper hand iyoyi futi. Ndopa kunobuditsa futi wanikwe akumubvumburutsa futi kechipiri. You're not gonna have your way all the time. Azviite. Saka pamwe pachona kana andizive ndoda kubvunza kuti munokanganwa here mimi kuti pekutanga ndakamanikidza munhu, munokanganwa here?
And then I can answer for myself. Then Mkoma Gwangu will answer you, Dr. Love will answer you, Skool Bedford will answer you. Like what you've rightfully said, Tukuti, I used to think that a no for an African woman, it's a yes, because I will stand here and say, if those I've encountered during my boyhood when I was a young man, if they are going to prosecute or lay allegations on me, I'll be in prison, because young guy do kiki and I'll get my way. I've never heard anyone who voluntarily say, "Oh, let's have sex." You know, yeah, but now, like what you've said, things have changed, and it's about, being honest. Kind of not know it's no. Now I understand that, but before my time, I wouldn't take a no for an answer, and I will always make my way.
Yeah.
I mean, Dr. Love from Mkoma Gwangu will Skool Bedford if they want to answer your question.
To be very honest, yes, even today, yeah, you are talking of Africans, vari kuno Western world. Kumusha hako ike zvino zvati chinjei, because amazivano nerimwe gengara vakwiri ndiro kutoti rikasvika mumba mako musina wardrobe anokufunza kuti saka bhurugwa rangu ndoturika pai. Vachanyimi vava nachipavhurire, but age group yedu isu 9 in 10 of men vaide vari mumajere kubvira maybe kusara kwavakadzi vaya vakaita zvokundokumbigwa vachiperekwa nanatete vazhinji then tingadai takapinda mumajere because a no for an African woman was a yes. Hakuna munhu ungati ndakapuwa gwango nesilver plate nomukadzi wechitema age group dzedisu kuzveko kuti wapinda mubhawa ukandotsvaka vana marwe vaya wokuti iripo here mari. Yes, kwete kuti mhandara chaidzo navamwe asikana ava kuti waimwana asina akurekera. Ipapo toda kuva honest to each other. Yes, vari kuwest kuno kuwestern world ike zvino vanogona kuti tondobangara kurepu, but kumusha ndichiona nezvandakuona ndichitarisa kana muvhidhiyo yandakambotumigwa neshamwari yangu, vana vechidika vachirova mujolo vari muone room, inzi shamwari rekera gwangu inonaka wena vana vachitaura kuti kana iyo rekera sausage inonaka riri group ravana kana kuzimbabwe kwachona ike zvino ndozvandati musikana akawanika usina wardrobe unotobvunza washayawo nechipikiri chonditurike bhurugwa because vava vana shadabu variko mazuva. So age group yedu 9 out of 10 rapists.
Dr. Lavoro Sekuru Benford to answer Monica then Dr. Laura.
What could you say?
Go.
Yeah, I think I can answer Monica's question. The mistake that no gonna kuita tofana kutarisa every case in its proper context, including its cultural context. Tika misa ipapa, I think we miss the whole point. So kana mkomadhe wana gwangu vachiti kwakusina zvokutenderana zvaiva muculture yedu, and hazvirevi kuti vana mukomadhewa vaingoti musikana wavangosangana naye muzhira vototi kikirikikirikiri naye, idzodzo dzaitotorwa serepu idzodzo dzakadaro. Waitova munhu wavanenge vagara vakatochecha nguva yakareba vofambidzana kwenguva yakareba, mukana wacho wozosvika andiona vototanga kutotamba vese zvimwe zvachiita pakuzonodiwa panyaya yacho yatiri kutaura iyi ndobo vazonodini vazokiridzana. Culture dzevanhu vari kuno they are frank from point blank yekutaura na shamwari inini ndiri kuda zvinhu nhasi uyu kana asingari ototaura ipapo vari so frank, isusu taatisina that culture iyoyo. Saka tikamisa that point I think discussion yedu inenge isina mira zvakanaka. Then finally dzimwe nyaya dzevanhu vaviri even tikatarisa na levels neuyu nemusikana uyu nezvaari kutaura, I don't think if you were to take that before a judge inowinika nyaya yacho, haiwiniki. If you are going to come down, my sister Monica, even if it was 10 years ago, even iko kuno kwacho takadziona dzana Bill Cosby dzakaenda kupi nyaya dzedze.
Hamuna kuona chisafa here sekuru here.
He suffered what? In the end dzakatakatika dzose nyaya dzacho zhinji dzacho, because zvine context, zvine time limits. Ukatarisa yashashiya levels can also can equally sue that girl, because I've seen my videos paaifuridzirwa achifuridzirwa kuda mbanje kuda chicha aifuridzirwa zvinhu zvake. He can equally say kuti on this day ndandisiri kudai, I was dragged by this girl akaita zvaakandiita. So it can go both ways, in such cases, which is maybe one point I can make about social media. Social media, while it's in a damage.
Seguro. Mirai, maku jump back you. Mirai.
Okay.
Mirai. Dr. Love. Mirai.
Hey.
Mune mapoints enyu. Dr. Love, anzai question yaMonica. Sorry.
Chokwadi ndichakudai so inini pandimire sezvandiri kudai so I've always respected that inonzi the no yemukadzi because I understood the consequences of it. That was the problem of Michi ndichikura nababa vangu ari mupurisa vaititaurira nyaya dzose vakatiendesa kumajeri vachititaridza kuti uku ndiko kunogariswa tsotsi nembavha nevanhu vanenge vakadaro. And that put the bejesus in me. Handina kuzoda kutozomboti. And ndakabva ndatemba nekuita sei with my charm. Pana mukadzi wandinoziva in my recollection wandakakumbira akandirambira nekuti ndakakwanisa kumuconvince. Maybe in the future pachaonai asi for now ndizvekutaurirana izvi kana abvuma obvumawo hake kana asingadi nyangwe nditori pado mukoma gwangu chokwadi kudaiswa naMwari ndinomira ndakatozviita ndozviziva kuti ndogona. Varume vanoti hazvigonike either hamuimbe nezvamuri kana kuti muri stupid. I would rather think that hamuimbe nezvamuri.
Iwe murume usandituke iwe. Uzati handisi stupid iwe murume. Iwe murume tamucheyo.
Aiwa, ndoita zvadzvob gozvo.
Stupid.
No, but that's my answer.
Urundituka tiri stupid zvechiwa iwe tamucheyo.
Aiwa, hakusi kuti ndati muri one or two
I know.
asi handifunge kuti muri stupid. Ndoziva kungoti zvinongowanikwawo muvanhu, but no, I honestly think that self-discipline ndiyo iripo and hazvina kuita ka1 hazvina kuita ka2 many times nditori pado ndikanzi aiwa it's a no. Pandakanzwa no, I'm not ready yet, ndakangobva ndangosiyana nazvo. Kutokashamara kwawo ndiko kuti wakuendepi? Ndoti you said no ka? Ndonzi aiwa ndipo pavanenge vazoda futi plus more nekuti vanenge vaziva kuti chii waremekedzwa. That's the psychology. Varume ziva izvozvo. Ndanyarara ini.
Thanks, Dr. Love.
Yeah.
Monica, I think you get your answers. I've got Connie and Laura haven't spoken yet na Sekuru Benford.
Thank you.
Chimbonwa mvura for a minute, Monica. Auntie Laura, how are you? Connie, what do you say?
I'm fine.
Good. Shimira Kadaro. Auntie Laura, how are you?
Not too bad, I'm fine. Firstly, in Kangano, thank you, Sachimonyo, Nekundi Connector. Things are working perfectly fine.
Oh, okay, with the builders.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hold on there. Right, guys, if you want your work to be done ku Zimbabwe, Munoza, it's about referrals and everything. Vadakwaka kumusha, kadokaka mtown, and says I'm town maybe vamwe but kadakwa boys rakaka padeni pangu. They are very much reliable and they are very much their prices are reasonable. So if you want builders, get in touch with me. Kanada kusoma tells ungoya mu town, ungoya ku Reserve, get in touch with me. Kanada munhu anokupendera imba yako, get in touch with me. Those guys are mobile. Unongovatora wakembesa pamba pako vokuitira basa rako, unopa time from not basa rangu ripere mazuva akati, mowirirana vokudza quotation zviri kudiwa zvese vanokudza, then you provide them, then utasei vokuitira basa. Builders are there, painters are there, vematels makaunaisa matels kubathroom. Saka get in chat. Munzwa Auntie Laura vari kutenda kuti basa ravo riri kufamba nevakomana vaya. Saka please let's just try to empower our own people. Tichenda takadaro. Auntie Laura, you can continue.
Okay. Ndofunga we've tataura for quite a long time, but I think we're just talking but with no action. What's really caused I'm speaking on Zimbabweans. What makes us lose our moral compasses? Is it? Let's not judge kuti isusu tiri nyika mukanza. We are totally different from those who are home. Isusu tiri kuona at an educated low side than when it comes to Zimbabwe. The only thing I can sort of sum everything up in Zimbabwe is, come on, we can't have one party for life. We need a change. We can talk so anyhow and say this needs to be changed or this one, but at the end of the day, nothing is going to work, because ZANU has got all corner loopholes. It's got their people. So it's only high time we Zimbabweans hold hands together and stand up saying no is no. And let's rebuild Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe, honestly, all these that we could discuss, the grand ceiling and all this, if we really look at everything, it's the situation in Zimbabwe causing all this. The rich people, it's only about 2% who has got money, but 98% are struggling. And there's nothing there for them to do. Even Manaka and Kuchikoro, there's nothing. Manaba, a graduate at university, there's nothing. There's nothing. And then if we look at grant, maybe my grant grant, because if we look at the drug and alcohol abuse in Zimbabwe, it's better to kill wangu mwana mumba so that he remains clean. Who knows? We're only discussing tisangoti. Let's look at all angles. Because is it Zimbabwe? It's painful. But at the end of the day, we're not going to resolve anything. Even we say, yes, register to vote, let's go and vote. At the end of the day, we can go in numbers to vote. Is it going to be genuine and straightforward? No. Let's find other ways and means you could stand up and challenge this government to say, hang on, that's enough. And then we go again on this, the Yemujolo side. I don't know, Kutisho, makudzirwe tikatarisa makudzirwe atakaitwa isusu this younger generation. And there are some again on our generation who hasn't got age limit. They like the hang 10. This it's sort of like, it's a if you're judging me and all this stuff, but come on, let's be realistic. Can you sleep with your child, younger to be your child, and say you claim it's love? Is it really love? And then it's chaotic and very, very complex. Because one nechechi yemapostori inototi ndo mutemo wekuroodza vana vadiki. So should we close the church and start? Because tingaramba tichitenderera, we'll spend hours and hours, but we're not going to go far. The honest truth we need to everybody knows is we need a new government. We need a change. That's all I can say. I am at work.
Thank you so much, Aunt Laura. Thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much. So if this is me thinking, right? People were glorifying me. But no, they were makaita basa, makatidza chivanhu, makatidza culture, makantorana mama, mukayana home kitchen, you know, when you demolished the kitchen, you did this, you did this, you did that. So how are we going to change this narrative? Yema cheche, because it's their culture. It is embedded in them, and they put it to their children. Those vanokura vachiona inini, maybe I did it because ndakaona kuti ndozvandakura ndichiona kuti kumba kwedu taita zvichivanhu, culture taitedza. Saka mapostora emanja, like what Andrula is saying, kuti tovachinja sei? Even Monica have said this, kuti can these 10 women not stand up and have a word to their husband and change? Is it possible? Because vanotokura vachitoudzwa kunzi no, this is what we do. Seeing their fathers and mothers practicing it, doing it. So shona kuti panotsika remberi ndo panetsika reshure. Saka tovachinja sei vanhu ava to make them realize and understand and know kuti no, let the boy child or let the girl child grow to be who they want to be. Even every child matters. They need their well-being. They need to achieve. They need to enjoy themselves. Saka toita sei with these people. How can we change these people not to marry these young kids?
Can I answer you?
Sorry.
Can I answer you?
No, before you answer, let me just quickly answer and go. Tikadzokera back mapostora ari kutanga kare. I think age yedu mwana akura ane 21 and then verse uchinja to 18 anditi. Munhu waise vaitogara vachitoziva kuti hazvibvumidzwi. Saka the rule of law ndio inofanira kunge yakasimbiswa, but the rule of law yainvadwa neZANU because ZANU knows it gets more votes. That's why it's high time we just hold hands and say no. Thank you.
Okay. I did not have spoken, Connie. Oh, okay. Okay. Nderataka kuya konoro Dr. Love. Oro Sekuru Benford.
Benford ndasvika aripo.
Okay. Good. Okay. Mukoma kwangu wanted to chip in 2 seconds. What do you want to chip in?
Ndachida kutaura yeye kuti problem kana pasina rule of law nothing will change. Time yaSmith hakuna mupostora waita izvi because vaisungwa. Ike zvino we want votes. So nothing will change unless if we change ourselves. Thank you.
Okay. Tendai wanted to say something.
Hello.
What do you want to say?
Okay. It's been a while since I spoke. Yeah, it's a lot to cover really because Panya, especially your consent. I know obviously that was different then, but I can tell you this: like I'm now 38. From the age of 9, I fought grown-up men. And I won. Yeah?
Age of 9.
From the age of 9. Not, Jema Wumbwe, Varume Wakuru. And those included relatives, Anasekuru, and my cousins. Yeah? And that has traumatized me. And up to now, I cannot even, it's like vakadakuzote, njani, arikuita zvakati, arikuti chengeta. No, because that trauma is still stuck with me. Why you are 18, nearly 20, urikuedza kuda kundimanikidza ndiri mwana ane 9 years old. Yeah? And also, like it is very deep, and it's like, you know what? Zvinorwadza. Ndine mwana wangu musikana, she's 17. But if you just think it's the girls, what about the boys? Yeah? I bet you pane vanakomana vari kubatwa but vanonyarara. Why? Because of society and the repercussions. And these things, zobuda later on, and then they tarnish the name and also that. But also, because I'm just saying, because trauma and grooming, by the time certain things that not taura so on sometimes we have to sift our words. Mwana angoerekana anzenza. If a child is becoming promiscuous, there's a source for that. Most of us are working in health and social care. Those are in the UK or mental health service or whatever. Mwana haangweri kana atanga kuita kupengereka and whatever, whether it's mental health issues, whatever, there's a trauma behind it. Mwana haangweri kana akuda kungoti kungovhurira makumbo somebody. Yeah, if you're an adult, that's different. But if you're a minor, I guarantee you there's been some grooming or some abuse of along the lines. Whether that comes out when you are 9, 15, 25, 30, 40, 50, it doesn't matter. I agree with Sis Monica Joataura. You know, I know that was a generational thing, but consent is a big thing. But right now, we need to take it. If we're going to change the narrative, we need to be really objective about this issue. Ionyaya trend recently, the whole thing of videoing. Yeah? We don't know who's wrong or right. We do not know that. Before the camera was turned on, we don't know what happened between that. We don't know good Indiana Gator. Boy and girl child, a boy could be abused, a girl could be abused. We have to be objective about these things. And I'm speaking as a mom of a daughter and a son. You know what I mean? And it's like also near generalization. Okay, we can generalize because of the era, the times that we're living in or whatever. However, each individual story has got its own story to tell. Yeah. And it's like, but you know, Taura never know. I started teaching my kids no pens talk from a young age because as a professional, I've done health and social care and I've done education. But as a parent, I've always taught my children, or whatever. And if you do that, you know, NSPCC here, we raise about no pens talk. As an adult, we can apply that. If you are saying no, it's a no. You can kiki and haha, but if it's a no that night. If I'm not consenting, it's not going down. Because people are saying kunoku. Yes, we can have say like a woman has got the right to say tonight I want to have fun, and she can has got the right to say no, I don't want to have fun. Why is there a different room for a man to be promiscuous and a different room for a woman to want to have fun? If you know what I mean. So as an adult, you're consenting, but as a child, that's totally different. I know some people think, oh, you are being conflicting, but as an adult, on a mental capacity. But from the age of 9 to even, I'll say mid-20s, most of those young adults don't have the mental capacity to consent to what they're doing. They do not. And most of us work in health and social care, youth services, mental health care. We know. Because some people even they will not deal with the trauma until later on. So a no is a no. Whether after mambo, kikrita or whatever, that's beside it. And also nyaye culture and being brainwashed by my poor story. I think it stemmed from religion. Tradition, culture is culture. Tradition is different, and also it's also good to just put things into perspective. Panyema poor story, because if you have all prophetic powers, most of the people that got prophetic powers, they don't fukura hapwa. Because I think what's happening, get rich quick schemes. And I know what I'm saying. Because and you deal with it privately. And most of these my post story, bottom line, that's what it is. But get rich quick schemes, and that's what it is. But unless if people wake up and are spiritually woke and you practice and you believe in yourself, you won't be swayed by anything. And also, lastly, I'll touch on Russia. And that ningazo pure gupuro because I'm a bit tired and yeah. Okay. But anyway, my drugs. It's a global issue. It is a global issue because kuno inonzi county lines. And my drugs, our kids are being recruited. And also, please, I would just beg you, my parents, wherever you are in the world, make time to spend time never knowing you. And We can go to parties, tinogona kuenda kunochisa nyama wherever you're in the world. Vana ava, make time to spend with them. Listen about their day at school. Talk to them about zviri kuitika kuchikoro. Take them out on outings. Even kufamba chako, it's not about money. Watch them. Even just watching them. Kudya nawo sadza chaiko chaiko. Muchitimba sadza makagara pamberi pemoto chaipo chaipo. Just being present. Munotoona kuti if they're being abused, if they're being groomed, or if they're being kumag drugs or whatever, just be personable with your children. Don't do these things like in your Yaguti culture and generations Yaguti, or children should be seen, not heard. Honestly, avana kuti kumbira kuti vazvarwe. Please, please, please give our children time and listen to them. We can love and guide them and give them boundaries. Of course, you know what, Silva, but just be there for them. Tinogona kuti in a shift kushika zvanaka, but vanavaka, let's be there for them. They can reach out to you when something is wrong before it gets out of hand. Thank
you so much. Thank you so much. Connie.
Hello, Denford, I'll start out.
So Denford, wadona ndikuwatsvaga ndombofuna ndiri kuwashaya. Ndikuwatsvaga sekuti Benford havasi kubatika.
All right.
How are you?
Makadiko mese.
Kokurova ndiri muhudhu mako kamumebhori inomo ndichinetsa singaiti.
Ndengona zvochitamba kunana masvingo ukaenda kugwe Bulawayo ukaenda kuMutare. Ungari mebhori zvako.
Ndandirimo others name.
Handiri bhombo. Vamwe vese muri seiko tachaziva here kuti zvinoitwa sei pano.
Taura zvako. Mukoma charo chake ndeipi? Hana either Gloria, Dr. Love is a gentleman.
Dr.
Love is a gentleman.
Right. My topic, what does late? That's got 3 my topics so far. Child abuse, rape, at an adult age, grant.
I want to know the unethical stories that we hear on social media. So people were touching your grant, then we're touching your levels, and then it's like everything was now downward really ethical and very unethical, and how we can go about it as people, how we can change this narrative and to make others understand.
Okay, so let me start off. First of all, let me say, whatever I'm gonna say is my views. I say this is how I function, and this is how I think, and this is how I do it. Saka musakwira yenyu for a gonya. Koni is Koni. Right. Tinotanga neyagrant tozoenda dzimwe dzakatondibata chaizvo ndichidziverenga. Yagrant ikai, I really felt kuti as society tinenge tarasika somewhere. And one thing I've realized kuti kuZimbabwe vanhu vangoita mazvake because there's no rule of law. There is no way yekuti munoona zvinhu. And I was so angry nema neighbors pavanenge vachiinterviewa paya. Danga ndiri kwakandevariwa magwati vese. There is no way yekuti you see something unusual and you don't ring an alarm kuti kana kuna mapurisa kana kungo, kana kuti muri vese vakadzi emakuhwa. Gather up together and discuss this issue. Tiri kuona migrants vari kufamba every day vane mazai nechichi. And kuti she's supposed to be her and her husband ipapo. Well, first of all, I don't believe kuti angari mazai is mazai. Munhu dzatotachawo. I think those are just empty cartons. Dzavaingofamba nadzo. Not necessarily kuti mai mene mazai. Unless kana munhu ekutaksha pakakonfirma kuti yes, aivatengesera mazai. But it can't be every single morning. Munoona munhu. That alone should just, just be an alarm. No, there's something wrong. Maya wanting mazai every day. You know, there's a pattern we can allow, and there's a pattern is unusual. Think and say, no, man, that something is wrong. Mungo discuss always vakadzi kana muchida zvemako. And then kana muchitya handiti vaita vanzi mai vacho vaite musapinde pamba pangu. There's a police. Munoenda kamapurisa report. This is one thing that's lacking maraini kwedu. Tinoda zvekuti tikanzwa nyaya tiri kufamba nayo nemakuhwa instead of acting on it. Kana mwana akarepwa kwakusekwa kakuchendi kumapurisa vanhu vakuseka, and then mother and father vakunorodza mwana wacho. This is where we are now. Ndinombonzwa hasha ndichiona DNA paya. Murume a 35-year-old akunonyenga mwana ari kuita form 3. What's going on? Manyanyo shayeiko vakadzi kuma 25 26 uko. Ukanzwa mwana achiti ndiri kuchikoro, please leave them alone. You have no right to touch that child. Siyai vana vakure vaite zvechikoro. And this is where I stand. Mwana anoti ndakapedza chikoro omubvunza kuti wakaita chii, ndakanyora form 4. Form 4 hakusi kupedza chikoro, please. Vamwana mai nana baba, okay, so I can say my parents, ndopamakuirasa mungopusha mwana kuti asvike form 4 and then you dump them. Form 4 is not the end. Vamwe vanoti ndakapasa form 4. Anovhasiwa akadaro. Akundichenda kutsvaka basa. No. Kana mari iripo, muendesei form 5 and 6. Kana zvakona kuti pamwe hamuna mungone tengesai mombe 2, muendesei kumacollege. I don't know what's happening in Zimbabwe. Times we were the best educated. That was in the 90s. Because tatine shungu, taizana kuma polytech paya, kuma university. That was it. Iko zvinezvi mwana akungonzi akapinda form 3, kana izvozvi form 2, tikaisa line rewana form 2 apo. 90% of them wakatoborwa kudhara vasikana. Havachatyi. You know? So I think it goes down the politics. We have to remove ZANU-PF because they are doing nothing about it. Finance zvafa, health zvafa. Saka todi. That's why now ngonzi kana watowana boyfriend angosundidzirwa chenda unoroorwa ikoko. Kutodzinga tichenda unogara ikoko. Nhasi we the 12-year-old mwana akaitiswa nhumbu. Akunziya unogara nemukomana ikoko. Oh, please. And the people that really need this information avako pama Facebook. Vane zvimbudzi. Saka it's for those organizations arimo muZimbabwe imomo. They must go out kumaruzeva and do face-to-face nevanhu. Pa social media they've done so much. And I think vanhu vamukao. But vanhu kusara kumashure, there's now a big gap. Vanhu vasina mafoni vasingauyi kuma-social media uko ndo vasara. Nayo mapostori amenoti pfungwa dzawo chii. Imbondipawo ndainabhokampeni andimboita upresident. Mundipawo 2 years. I want to wipe up everything. Hapana murume acharoora mwana ari kuchikoro. And handitoboisi futi pa 18 years. Ndoita pa 25 uko. Because toda kuzojaira timbotanga tambogadzisa nyika. Mapostori ndo mamavhara kuti hapasisina postori richamboita postori. And ndozvandati munhu kana arwara, as long as akafa munhu iyoyo usinambosvika naye kuhospital ochiti wakaenda kumapostori, that's a fine before maviga munhu. Hauwani death certificate. Because ndozvanyanya zviro zvimwe zvikuraya vanhu. Munhu umboenda kumapostori uko iyo iri cancer. Zvanzi nditete vako vasida kuti uroorwe because wakabatana cancer wangosvika pamurume. He kuna tete vako vasida kuti uroorwe. He chakazoti. He dzinza rako. He kwakadidiniko. Imi. Chimboendai kunana chiremba. Kana zvazofeila kuma-hospitals mozoenda kumapostori. Not the other way around. Umboenda kumapostori mumbononyeperwa. But you have money kunobhadhara mupostori. But you don't have money kunobhadhara $2 ekuenda kuclinic. Aiwa ipapo ngatimbopakadza. Sorry, nyika ndabata hangu mapostori ari panapa. But for now, handisi kukudai. Handitodi kutombonzwa kuti munhu anoita mupostori. For now, I'm angry now. Saka hapana chakanaka chandingambotaura nezvavo. Nezvekurodza vana muchiti kwanzi ma12 years 14 nekuti zvanyanzi ndo zvinoitwa mapostori. Humbwa. There's a rule of law that you have to follow. Saka it's now up to ivavo vachive mutemo. And it has to apply to everyone, not to be selective with because mapostori vanoita zvekwavo. As long as they're in Zimbabwe, they have to follow the constitution. Takuvajaidza. And zviramba zvichiendera mberi wachienda vamwe even vamwe vakadzi vatotombonzwa vachimbotaura pamalive kuti anzi ndakaenda kuna mupostori ndobva anorara neni. Iwe sati chihure chakadaro wafambira zvinhu kunorapa kwamupostori onzwa akukubvisa bhurugwa uri kuti akukudii ndokuporeswa unoporeswa nokurarwa. Imi chihure chakadii ichocho wanga uchidawo. Anyway yatondinetsa. Next one yanga ine chizviya yekwa-levels, right? Personally munhu inini hangu ndikanzwa kuti ndararwa ndisiri kuda, 1, I will not go back to that person. Number 2, handitodi kumuona. I might not go and report, but I will not go back to that person. Once ndadzoka kapasina repisha nanchidashi. Ndambonyora comment ndichiti pane pakuti alright, ndoita example na mukoma Thomas anditika tinenge tichilavhana kapa matext up ndozoenda musi wacho tomboenda kunoonana namukoma Thomas. Ini hangu sakoni first day ndinenge ndichinyara kuti ndiri kuda, but deep down ndiri kuda. Ndinobva ndaudza mukoma Thomas kuti aya wandikuvatara naye hazviiti, unongonzwa netoni yacho kuti munhu ari kuda but ari kunyepera kwaasi kuda. Ndechikuti nhasi no, let's wait a while tozodini, chichi unongonzwa handiti. That's why I don't believe kuti zvekukikirisana zvaizvi yakataida. And I was one of them, sure. But it's just playing hard to get. Because, number 1, varume vacho ivavo vanozomuka vachiti kwanzi ndakarara naye first day andakamuona saka ihure. Saka we're just trying to avoid that. Hauini hangu tokikiridzana zvedu ndozokuii handiteka ndotibatira. Saka ndozoti represent. Aiwa eka pakukingirisa papache papo ndingatotota kugara padisi kuti aiwa. Saka ameno ina hangu ndo pandatika, if that girl was my daughter, I would not entertain her. Sorry to say, I would not. If it was my daughter, I know when you mean, I would not entertain her, because I always tell her rape is something different to udalana nemukomana kuchichi pedzana ikoko because wakadzokera sakazoti wakuzoya uzoti kwanzi muru imzonetsawo boyfriend yauya muchivhurirana magedhe muchiboita madhina mese muchidini achiuya kumba uko ime ozonditi kwanzi mama ndakarepana nemukomana wangu ndomuti get away mwana wangu shamwari hapana zvakadaro maidanana saka zvakangoitikwa izvozvo but amen ipapo topasiya zvedu. I don't know, but that's me. Kwana ndakukingirisa ndiri kungonyara kungoti yes because it's the first day. Ndiri kumbonyara. Istage yangu yekunyara. Handiri kuda. Saka akachapana chete but ndikukingirisa zvako. Usangoti ndikangoti no. Pane vamwe varume vanongoti ukangoti no. Anobva atotendeuka kuti okay. No. Let's wait.
Ndokuti love wadaro.
Variko. Anobva atoti because watoti no. Apa unenge watobhoitana kuti chandamboitira kuti no futi. You know, because nobody kana dewa vanokingiritsa osangana na Dr. Love womoti no, not today, anobva toti no, it's okay. Unoenda kumba wakashatirwa kuti maiwe zvangu, you know. Saka yayo pani tsiki but ina hangisakoni ngingiri ndoita first day ndiri kuti no ndiri kuda because handingauyi kumba kwako ndisati handisi kuda. And is knowing me, kana ndisingadi no, ndinotenda kuita shumba kana ndisingadi. Auri busy bhurugwa. unogona kudambura but haufi wakapinza. That's me. Saka pane difference kwaona ndakusiya ndakupa ndakusiya zvako kuti undibate kukala zangu chaira kuti bate ndisingadiwe. Unogona kuita kana kakick zvako kauti unoshati kabhepi. This is why I'm saying kuti pane varume vanotozviziva, pane communication inotoitika in between kuti uya ari kuda but ari ngoti ake no, uya haasi kuda saka ndikandibva ndatongosiya zvakadaro. Saka hatingambodi kublame ndiyona mukoma Doubt nana Thomas vakakingiridza. That was the game then. Hapana ripa. Anyway, I'm not talking about other people, I'm talking about myself. Kana ndakakingiridzana newe tikazovhurirana aiwa ndaida because ndoda kuti repi aiwa pane zvaunenge wandiita zvandada kungopfindisa nazvo. Anyway, tapedza ndimwe ipi futi. I think I've touched on all of them.
Chinzwa yaungotaura yekwa grant anditika. This is what happened.
Morning. Iyo iri kubuda yekuti grant was on the wanted list chichichi iyo musaitedzera ndeyekunyepa iyo. Wait until taenda kumapurisa yazobuda report itori right from closest family tinova isusu hama dzake. Grant haana kumbouraya munin'ina wake. Brother yake yakafa Brenda akafa kurekepesha. Uyu Grant angakasobva kudhara kuUK pakazosara pachifa munin'ina wake. Munin'ina wake akafira kuUK, Grant atokuno kudhara. Saka izvo zvokuti sekuru vakarohwa neBP vakafa nestroke, sekuru vakaita stroke 1992. Sekuru vakaita stroke 1992. Saka all along vaifamba one side, vaifamba necrash, sometimes vaifamba newheelchair. And then sekuru vairwara, sekuru kurwara cheko vairwara. 2021 we went tichinoona sekuru. Mirai ndikutangirei pekutanga pakatanga kushaika 2018 pakashaika sekuru vangu ini vanobereka baba vangu because masiblings sekuru vanobereka baba vangu nasekuru ava vashaika vekuzengeza ndibudewo ava vashaika second from last born mumbamana sekuru vangu was third born mumba mavo. Saka pakashaika sekuru vangu nemukwasha wavo because mumba mavo vanga vakazvarwa vaine musikana mumwe chete vaiva tete vavo. Saka pakashaika sekuru vangu nemukwasha murume wehanzvadzi yavo. Takaenda ikoko kuzengeza kuti tinotaurira sekuru kuti kunoku mukoma nemukwasha hakusisina. Tikatora almost 2 hours tichirova gate kuti vativhurire asi havana kukwanisa kuvhura because aiziva kuti munhu anokwanisa kuuya kuzotivhurira gate ndikoko since sekuru vakastroke. Tikaita zvekushedzera rufu nepajiraho kuti sekuru tatitive tichikuudza, taishauta nendeveli, sekuru tatitive tichikuudza kuti mukoma wako nemukwasha wako hakuchina vakashaika saka ndo vatiri kuenda kunoviga. Asi apo ndaidedza ndichiti sekuru kana uchizvinzwa kambaira uende paketeni unobata keteni tizvizive kuti urimo. Asi nyaya yekuti sekuru time iyoyo vanga vakutorwara isusu tisiri kuzviziva vakaenda unowaridzirwa pabhedhi. Bhedhi yacho yanga iri kure nehwindo saka vanga vakawaridzirwa pasi pasaiti pebhedhi. Then we went kunoviga sekuru vangu inini vatadzoka asi tiri worried tichiti tinofanira kuenda tinotsvaga sekuru. Isu taitosuspecta kuti either vana vacho vakatochinja sekuru vakavatengera imba kana una borodhero kana kuti vakavaendesa kuhome kana kuti vakafa gogo vakanoviga sekuru vasina kutiudza because sekuru vaiwanzotaura kuti kana mukaramba mukarega goya muchindiona ndichafa mukadzi uya kundiviga musingazvizivi because gogo vanga vasingatodi munhu pamba pavo wanga usingasvii kuchipinda waitodedzera vakada musi vanenge vabvumawo kukuvhurirai gate movhura musi unenge vatiwo sekuru vasiya vasina kukirwa dho vaiteya netsvimbo yavo kusvika vasvika pagedhi motaura nepagedhi ivo sekuru vari mukati ivo vari kunze. Saka akasvika time yekuti sekuru akazosvika pakurwara zvokuti vangasakwanisi zvokuti vanouya kugedhi vachifamba asi kana vari mukati vakirwa dho vaikwanisa kuvhura keteni nehwindo vodedzera muchitaura vokuudzai kuti gogo venyu vakaenda kuchecha ava ndiri mukati muno ndakakirwa tochitotaura zvopera zvakadaro toenda nokuti nini sekuru vangu baba vabangu vaigara Bulawayo vaiti pavanouyira pese vaiuya toenda ndovaperekedza kunoona munin'ina wavo. Saka tatisinei zvokuti tavhurirwa gate nagogo kana kuti hatina taitotaura nasekuru vacho kana through the fence chedu chaitifaza nechekuti sekuru tavaona because gogo unhu wavo taiuziva. Saka isusu tataingochira nchekuti vachafa sekuru vakuvigwa tisingazvizivi. Hatina kuziva kuti sekuru vachasvika pakufa vakuora. That extent hatina kuexpecta kuti ingaitike. Taingofungira kuti ivo vachangoviga murume wavo vega nekusada hama dzacho. Saka chaitika nchekuti takazoenda kurufu kwevanhu vatadzoka. Vatazoti tadzokera futi kunodaidzira sekuru havangavhuri dhoo. Tikati atodini toenda kumapurisa, toenda kuzororo tinotsvaga kuti hapana munhu akanzi Mashasha here akambovigwa panapa. Then ndo pakazoita COVID. Then 2021 ndo patadzokera. Apo hanzvadzi yavo ane murume akafa pamwe chete nasekuru vangu anga azofawo because tete avaigara kuUK. Patadzoka chiti hande tinovaudza futi. Vatarova gate tikati kuenda kumanext vanga singadi munhu anoenda kunext door. Titori busy kutaura kumanext door tozonzwa gate ratovhurwa. Ndakutodaidzira kunzi uyai vavhura. Tasvika pasi tagara pasi. Gogo makadini ndiri right. Vaive munhu wemarafu. Ko sekuru vari sei vari right. Taikumbira kuvaona. Zvikanzi vari right. Hazviti vari right hazviti. Gogo tiratidzei sekuru tinokuvaudza shoko rerufu. Takazvinzwa. Tikati aiwa isu taenda kutaura nasekuru kuti tivaudza kuti mukoma vakafa, mukwasha akafa, izvo zvanzvadzi yafa. Zvese zvari kuzviziva. Ndikati vamwe vese takavanzwa. Kudedzera kwatakaita pajirawo tichiti sekuru mukoma vakazvinzwa kozi vanga varimo mumba. Vazoona kuti ndikati gogo handibvi panapa ndisina kuona sekuru. Saka inini time ndava ndine murume wangu nababa vangu namai vangu. Saka time vakanditi iwewe uya kuno. Vakadedza nezita rangu zvanzi uya kuno. Bva ndati ndisimuke ndiende kwavanga vari. Ndo pandaka saka inini tese takangofungira mwoyo kuti pamwe toda kunoratidzwa chitunha chasekuru kana kuti toda kunoudzwa kunzi sekuru vafa. Ndakatoenda ndichitotya because paichotyisa pamba pavo. Vandinangisa kubedroom kwavo ndichitotya. Svike mubedroom mavo sekuru vakaradzikwa pasi. Sekuru havachagoni kufamba, sekuru vari kurwara. Asi vaigona kutaura. Ndopandakati saka that time yatakadedzera sekuru vakatadza kukambaira kuti vanobata curtain zvavaisiita kare kuti kana vakakirwa vaienda pahwindo vovhura hwindo votaura nesu. It's because sekuru vangu vari kure necurtain. Asi kudedzera zvatakadedzera vakadini vakazvinzwa because vakati ndakazvinzwa. Then sekuru vaida kuedza kutaura nemwana wavo baba vangu nesutu kuti pane zvavaida kuvaudza asi vaida kutaura nelanguage yokuti adzimai havanzwi. Saka adzimai angoramba achingotaurai zvatinonzwa, taurai zvatinonzwa. Kusvika sekuru hatina kwanisa kudini, havana kwanisa kutaura mwana wavo zvavaida kuvaudza. But sekuru muromo vaingogara vachiti kana mukasandiona munowana ndafa ndikavigwa, garai muchiya kuzondiona. Then vakadaro tasiya sekuru vachirwara tese tatowariti tapiwa phone number yavo taiza kuvafonera mangwana. The moment vakangoziva kuti tisu vachibloka. Kudai tazodzoka futi ndaivari tichingoramba chingodzokera kuti arega ndinoona sekuru at least ndikangonzwa kunzi varipo handabasa chero ndikasavaona. Asi taidedzera tisingavhurirwe. Kusvika babangu vakazosimuka vakaenda kupolisi vakanoita police report. Vaita police report kuzengeza police station vakanzi endai kuSt Mary's. Vakaenda kuSt Mary's sekuru gogo vakafonerwa vakaudzwa kunzi ndine hama yenyu panapa. Iri zvikanzi amai angu ani zvikanzi akadai ati anga achida kuona sekuru zvikanzi adi kundifonera zvikanzi anogofona imi mugedhi hamusi kudaira mafoni munokata zvikanzi vanofanira kuita appointment kana vachida kuuya kuzodini kuzoona vapeta rafu papaya. Saka patazodzokera futi ticheza kuti pamwe tikakumbira kuti polisi iedze kupfaza since tiri waridi nemurwere watakasiya. Tikatoenda nemupurisa pamba pacho. Mupurisa akatenderera akaenda kumanext door akabvunzawo akatonzwa statement yataimudza ini zvakanzwa next door zviri semufanana. Ndobva handidzokere futi kuSt Mary's munovaudza vanokwanisa kukupa itax force inoya ichidini ichipfaza door. Uyu vakati isusu hazvisi masimba medu because imba ndeyavo vane right yekuita zvanoda neimba yavo endai kumaloya. Saka isusu tatitori muprocess yekuonona mahuman rights lawyers tikatosita maappointment tichiti tinodini tikwanise kurescue sekuru. Saka last week mugogo ava ndofunga sekuru vanga vatofa ndobva vafonera kumusha kuna sekuru vamwe vari kumusha cousin yasekuru avafa. Asi vanenge vachinzi cousin like havasi murimesheti. Saka mukoma asi vari cousin mukoma wavo handiti wekune imwewo imba ndokubva vafona akati uyai kunoko. Ava vakati vakondifona kuti ndiye kunoko uyu ninge ariko wani ikokoko kulavhi kutaura baba vangu inini ariko wani ikokoko. Zvikanzi lavha handisi kuda kuti aye kunoko because hama dzavo muno muHarare tisu nasekuru vakafonerwa but sekuru vakazorita vakaenda kumusha. zvakanzi inini ndakazobva 10 years ago munhu atori kokoko ndiye lavhu mufomerei saka isusu isaziva kuti nguva yogogo wanga watoona kuti sekuru vafa ndobva vadini saka isusu takazomira kuti sekuru vauye kunoko vana vauya kunoko vanochiya kwandiri ndovaperekedza inini kuti atinoona zveshuwa kuti kumba uku sekuru vari right here. Then the next thing nezuro munin'ina wangu ondifonera onditi pafacebook mambo endere pafacebook ndikati handina zvikanzi zviri kupi sekuru wenyu kuzengedza vafa vakafa Thursday saka zvakadaende ndipo akanditumira mapictures akascreenshota kufacebook kwake ndikati ndisekuru ndikadimanika zvikanzi akungaona muchade ndopatakati isu takatozvawo ma10 kuma10 kwacho ndopatakabva tatosimuka patatonanga kuti kuzengeza kuyakwe kuma12 ndopatakazoya kunoku tatopedzerwa mapurisa totogadzira kuti tiende saka zvese zviri kutaurwa izvo ka ifeki bamnini havafi vakasunga because he never made at anyone isu tiripo hama dzavo kuvapupurira ende tiri kutorwadziwa nestate yatakaona vari patakavabuditirwa muholding seo mupurisa ati moda kuvaona here munosiriswa ende we thought kuti maybe vachatadza kuti ziva bamini pavakabuditsa kudai kwakutanga kuti nongedza mumwe nemumwe nezita rake ava ndimukoma nhingi uyu mwana wavo nhingi uyu mukadzi wavo uyu mwana wavo futi ava vatataenda navo ava ndivazivi kuratidza kuti kumeja chaichai hapatorina because munhu akabva kuuk anzi kudhara atozi nemasisters acho tese hazviti kuti tigare kuno kuchiendewo unodini unenge uri padhuze nababa namama kudhara uyu greg akazosara achifaka uyu asobva kare saka izvi zviri pafacebook izvika dzitori nhema but anyway hakuna kujeri kwavanofira because isusu titoripo kuvamiririra mawitness hama dzavo because isusu patakamboenda ini ndikaenda ndina sekuru vangu 2017 sekuru vangu vakazoisha 2017 takasvikapo mazuva acho ndo mamuri muna November yenguva inoi takasvikapo isusu vatatosvika tototaura nyaya zvaiitikawo kunze mamiriro ekunze semunhu akanga asingabudi panze bamini vavaya saka vakanzwa kuboeka nenyaya dzataingoramba achingotaura ndokuti vakangoti budiri buda murumu mavo mavaigara vakakirwa watanga kufamba vachiti mutaure nyararai saka isusu nasekuru ndakabva tatya vatatisekuru vatotiti asambeni vatinobuda tichitotiza takutotya kuti anotirowa because aitonatsaoneka kuti munhu ka dzitenge dzatotacha mabvudzi zvaanga kaita musoro but anga asina tsvina zvaaite izvi vane tsvina but time iyoyo anga asina tsvina iratidza kuti munhu ari kugeza and musiling zvokugara musiling is either vakatopinda musiling hazvina nguva vapinda musiling vakatopinda musiling vachitiza nezuro kana kuti vaitotiza chitunha chavanga vaona chafa vakati rega ndogara hangu musiling otherwise zvokuti vaigara musiling aiwa idzodzo ndonhema because 2017 inini ndakataura navo bamudiki vangu inini ndaendapo muna November ndikatovaona vakatotinyararidza nyaya yataitaura vakati tinyarari aiwa kuti 2017 pakabviswa patakaenda mashure mecovid bamini vanga vakarara mudhani aiwa kuti patakavaona face tikatovanzwa vachitotaura 2017 papa but patakazodzokerai pavavo patakadzokera pane pachandandasiya patakadzokera pacovid tichizoona sekuru vakurwara iki ava usasi pekuti ndiwo kozi takasvika mumba muine munhu akakarara pasofa munhu angakarara pasofa uyu anga akafukidzwa magumbezi asaine bhutsu akafukidzwa magumbezi musoro zvese saka isusu padhore toilet yavo tichipinda kupaseji papane stethoscope nemapirisi nebp machine chichichi zvairatidza kuti sekuru kunge mamwe nadhokta atakatadza kuzvinzwisisa saka semunhu gogo wanga asingadi vanhu kuti tibvunze zvakana zvepamba pavo isati afambira kuna sekuru zvainetsa taizotodzingwa sekuru vacho tisati tavaona saka tese takaenda tichingozvibvunza saka ngakarara pasofa papa yandiani ndigranti tikati grant anogara akavharirwa murumu mava habudi murumu grant zvaiita kuti wanzwa kuti kune munhu ari kuyeovhasiya grant ari pasofa vaitomuvharira mumba akavharira grant kumashure kwokunge grant aroora ivo nenyaya yekuti ndokunga vanga asingadi kuti mwana wavo aroorori pavadzinga mukadzi ndopavakatanga kuvharira grant asi grant akatombonopfimba musikana kunzoko kwarusapo akatomuruda arambirwa mukadzi asingadiwe ndobva yakataura baba vamwe akati baba uya mukoma yamutaure namai vadini vauramba mukadzi wangu ipapa angasobva kudhara kuuk pacho ndobva akauya baba ndobva vaenda unotaura namai ndobva mukadzi apinda asi vakazomudzinga saka ndopa kuzotanga kumuvharira manje kuti vokurorerei ndopakatangira nyaya saka misasati munhu watakaona ari pasofa ipapo akarara akafukidza magumbezi ndigrant angakuto hameno ivo ndo vanoziva zvizvaitika because isusu patakapinda tichiona munhu akarara takati ndisekuru patakatoti aiwa sekuru havasiro munhu anga akareba sekuru havasi sekura but chaingova neti ambori ani ko yakararapa isusu takabva tananga kukitchen asi munhu anga akarara kudining saka bandiki zvokuti ize medhara haasi medhara zvikunhu zvakutofamba kapafacebook mini grant
alright pandotadza wanzwisira muzadhe papi this grand issue I think I might need another recording. I might need help, right? Kana zviri kunzi grand was 29 andika he's 29 zichinzi akaita 14 years ari muceiling anditi that means to say anga ari 15 anditi ka zviri kunzi grand akambogara kuuk anditi yeah
agara kuuk ari mwana kai
I don't know kandopata zoti zviri kunzi grand akagara kuuk zvikanzi akatonchibva kuuk udzokera unochengeta ana mama kuzimbabwe saka would love to know kuti akaya kuuk aine makore mangani.
It's not the story is not adding up.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Kuti stories them my neighbors, they are the ones who fambisa nyaya idzi. But in me personally, I think kuti haana time adzoka kubva ku-UK. I would probably put it kuti akadzoka during COVID. But ndofunga akaita zvema-drugs ku-UK. Ndobva adzoswa. Ndobva angosinikwa in mumba. That's what I think. Haana time adzoka kubva UK. Zvema-14 years izvi, ma-neighbors iwo. Maybe that's the last time yavakamuona. And they thought kuti achiriko ku-UK. But UK yanyika kaenda. Ndakazomwa chikuyamuziva UK koko. But time yakuzodzoka, it's not 14 years ago. It can't be. And I think what is just recently. Kind of 3 years ago was this thing. But even that's Papa audition the anga ceiling. I would agree. Ceiling Anna. This is also Buddha because the reporter akaenda kokapa shaingo itechiri breaking news. Vakati grant vakamona akachena as in skin yake yairatidza kuti munhu akugeza. It was just the hair nenzwara. That was just off. But zvairatidza kuti munhu ari kunzwa bhafu. Meaning kuti ceiling I don't think aigara. I mean kuti akazoenda urini. But maybe. But in Nini, I would want to think kuti this mother, I would not even put her under trial. That's totally mental health issues. It's something else. I wouldn't put it through that. She's already suffered enough living never two Mumbai Momo. You can't put it under trial. Definitely not. Then this is the time I really want to go back to Zimbabwe. And you know, it's too much.
Anyway, they were gando ndabva kunaita nhambora ndaswera ndakagara chiona mabhora.
Okay, Mugoma, no problem. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thanks. Talk about tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Mugoma. Yeah, Connie, this is what I'm feeling to understand, Kuti. If Grant he stayed 14 years in the ceiling, and again, Aka Annie 29, then he came to the UK, stayed in the UK. Munino Aka Gafira Guno UK, then he was in Zimbabwe. He got married, I got a girlfriend, I got Mborora Mevachevakazo Zinga. All this palaver of him being in the ceiling 14 years and people not noticing, not knowing about his whereabouts. Kanakarora mukadzi kwarisape akatomboya pamba kazodzingwa. All this 14 years dziri kupinda papi apa. How is this adding up? Hama dziri dzakauya, hama dzakamboya 1992. That's when the father had a stroke. So the father had a stroke for 30 years. So that means to say Baba Vake has been sick for 30 years. And during that time, that means Grant was away for 15 years. And the dad had a stroke during that time. Then Grant came back. The dad was still being nursed. To be honest, hama idzi dzimwe nyaya dzitorwa apa ka ukada wanzoteerera dzine lot of loopholes. What akaita kana mine stethoscope, we don't know mamina doctor here, someone was sleeping pa sofa. I don't know.
Chinonakidza kuti I heard kuti hanzi pane one sister iri ku-UK, and up to now she's been quiet. But I think kuti the truth will only come out mai vacho pavanenge vava patrial, because they know time yakadzoswa grant kumba, and they know the reasons what's been going on. And the she didn't have money, but it seems like every day. It means somebody was financially, supporting her somewhere, somehow. And who was that person? It means there's somebody that knows what is going on.
Yeah, and this one said, we went there. Ndatarana sekuru pa window wambedha wangu wari wangaradzikwa pasi. We had been crawling. I'm
just waiting to hear. I really feel for this lady, and I'm in pain actually for what she's going through. It's not supposed. The only problem that we have in Zimbabwe, they don't acknowledge or they don't know anything about mental health. There's so many signs. They call it that no, there's something wrong with this lady, and they only took Mwanawacho grant for evaluation. Why not the mother? And it's unfortunate because imagine talking about 25 years for nothing when it's not her own doing. Dementia in Zimbabwe, it's too much of what's going on in Zimbabwe. Too much. And there's nobody, but why not somebody and let that knowledge of mental health over personalized button oito program yake? Just 30 minutes per week. It's enough to educate one about mental health.
Who will follow that person?
2 or 3, Tewa. 2 or 3. Unoziva kuti mfamily makoka kana muine vanhu 15 pakati kwaumasenziwa kuti if ndakambozvinzwa izvi.
Yeah, but
there's one guy anonzi DJ Tony Friday. He does it. Yeah, panombowanda vanhu paplatform pake, but unongoziva kuti munhu ane malooks ake. Saka vanhu vanomutera wakawanda ipapa munhu vakati. Hey, you're looking good today, you're looking smart TT. Zvakutaura ndikuti anombozvinzwa. But he's trying. But we need more people like that. They can't speak out. What's stopping you from speaking out? Gee, in this day and age. Let's move on. A problem. If I can't talk to my family, I know for social media, I need to say, I can want to messenger, don't phone you messenger because I just talk.
Listen to what happened. This, I think, is 3 minutes. Listen to this.
Buda manje na baba kuenda ku police saka tora kuti tiendele nemukoma neembe dzekuchinja nekunomugeresa musoro nekucheka maneils avo vari kutotyisa. Saka tichazonyatsokudza detail rese. Don't worry, it's like enough yekuti vanhu vane nyaya yacho chaiyo chokwadi munai mugrupu zvekunze zvimusanyepero chero mukazvanaisa henyu muno kuti tizive kuti zvii zviri kuitika vanhu vari kuti chii. But we will tell you, tasvika kupolisi because polisi yakati ichada maaffidavits edu ehama nehama dzagogo. Hama dzagogo hapana anodziziva because since gogo vakaroorwa kuma70s kana amweni vavo chaivo vakasvika pakufa vasingavazivi. Ende hama dzinotovaziva gogo asi isusu ne2 or 3 vamwe vese havavazivi since kuma70s pavakaroorwa. Isusu hama dzavo hatidzizivewo. Vana vavo vari ku-UK vacho hapana rikukwanisa kuvabata. Tamboedza kufonera makazini aimbobatana navo vakavaendesa ikokoko. Vari kuti the moment atakangovayambutsa ukama hwakabva wapera tomboziva kuti varipi. Tikati because taida kuti vazotudzawo hama dzagogo kuita kuti vange varipo kuti witness hama yavo nemabasa ayakaita aya. Saka more details to come. Tasvika kupolice because police inezwi rakati yemone vari in charge of nyaya yacho vakaenda kuzengeza kwacho kunotora mutumbi nekusunga vanhu kunyatsonzwa rizere. Although gogo vainepa zvavo kuti munhu akafandise mumumba, saka toda kunyatsonzwa kuti nhasi statement yavo inenge ichiti chii.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's. I'll get more information tomorrow. But this was when the story was being unfolded. So I'll try.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I think Nyaya Grant is very complicated because it's like, you know what, we're getting a synopsis of whatever happened. So we can all speculate and whatever. I'm not denying Kuti mental health irigo. And I'm also denying, especially culture of Zimbabwe. It does not embrace the whole picture. On that day. But we have to look at this thing holistically. If there was like, okay, I don't know. We don't know because there's so many facets to this. When we're talking about holistic, we look at emotional literacy, emotional health, social, whatever is going on in that family. We do not know. But equally, one thing I know kuti culture bedu they lack accountability. And that's a fact. Mambotaura dewa kuti vanhu vari kumba uku isusu tiri kuno diaspora tinonzi tubirai mari tanzwa nenzara. People are living their best lives. Isusu tine pamwe tichitogwaza or whatever, and then because we're being emotionally blackmailed togwaza totumira. Yeah. Next thing hapana kana thank you, nothing. Next thing zvazodai. Accountability. And so when somebody's wrong, let's call them out. Hapana kuti kuroya kana kuti kudi. But let's get this real. Let's be real about this. Whatever society you are in, there is evil in this world. There is evil, mental health or not, because there is a debate that's ongoing on the international platform. Anditi. Munumutema akaputisa bomb. That's a terrorist. Like, let me just speak. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So, like, kuti, ningirekini, munumutema akaputisa bomb, terrorism. Munumuchena akaputisa bomb, his mental health. And I'm speaking as a mom of mixed race children, which children that suffer from mental health issues, and that's okay. Mental health is real. I'm not denying it. But let's not negate the fact that evil people in this world. And I'm not negating that, so that's what I'm saying about the holistic picture. What trauma did she endure as a child herself, as a young adult, as a woman, because of societal norms? But also what trauma, but then let's think of the victims in this, but no one is speaking, right? Matenga anditi. All of this is speculation. It's all about sensationalism. Those who knows the truth were people that lived in those four walls. Unless packet from a proper forensics, packet from a proper investigation, which is a long shot, because let's say, for example, people have watched the Jeffrey Dahmer on Netflix. Panning packet from forensics, kwetwa lie detector, kwetwa chi. And also hamaziri kutaura idzi. Munoziva kuti vanhu vanenge vane spin yawo as well. So we don't know the truth. We do not know the truth, but we know kuti pane trauma in that family that is so deep. So everybody's speculating and everybody's got a spin on it, but we'll never know the truth unless if there's proper investigation. But the bottom line is the survivors and whoever's the victim, they still need a lot of support. In my case, the victim I can see right now, the grant, and whoever, if they're siblings, Hama, na go watch, it's like, yeah, she could get help or whatever. But you know what? Paneman one would sing pane shamwari dzangu dzinana mai vavane utsinye usingatomboitei vachiri vapenyu right now vari kuita utsinye, but because ndamai zvinonzi amai vane ngozi, amai havatongwe imi kaimi. sometimes uyu kunzi zvekuti munoziva kuti zvatataura kuti Stockholm syndrome is real. Munhu anogona kunzi pinda muroom, it doesn't have to be a ceiling. Idya maningiriki masadza aya, sadza nesalt anomadya, and what do? Variko, and it's a world phenomenon. It is not just a Zimbabwean thing. Ana Myra Hindley, ana Ian Bradley, ana Jeffrey Dahmer. So isusu kana kunzi mukadzi kana kuti murume vanhu vane utsinye variko, mental health issues or not, but the trauma that lives behind, but equally it doesn't negate the fact possibly they've got trauma as well. Anditi. But pane mhosva yaparwa apa. We all citizens, we have to take accountability for our actions, and it just happens kuti zvakuri kuitika hapana vanhu vanoti accountability, vanhu vanongoita zhowe post videos, mhosva, it won't be investigated properly, and then what? So what are people in the future going to learn from that? So everything that is coming out of social media right now, negative or positive, I think it's a cautionary tale. So what are we going to do? Like you said earlier, how are we changing the narrative right now? Girl child, boy child, women's rights, men's rights, Gogoambuya Sekuru, whoever. What's the way forward? We can speculate, but what is the way forward? Politics, I don't care about whether it's world politics, domestic, whatever. Who cares? But just let's be human for a change. What is the way forward? Kuchengetana accountability. You know, what is wrong is wrong. Kana pane ma issues, kana hama idzanga chivainetsa, okay, this is like, you know, kunoitwa ma case reviews. For example, na Victoria Klimbin and na Peter, those kids that they will do case reviews. What can we do to change the law? So Gogoava can be a serious case review so that it cannot happen again. For whoever, if even she got mental health issues, what can happen, you know? My neighbors, Mukaona, don't sensationalize Makua. What does that do? Makua, but you're not helping the person in need. What does that do? If you know what I mean. So where is Grant right now? What help is he getting? Bottom line, finishing class. What help is he getting?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. What help is he getting? That's the $1 million question, which needs to be looked into. And like what you said, this challenge, we don't understand or we don't acknowledge, or I can't say we don't realize, we know about mental health and everything, but we are so reluctant to accept and talk about it. We are in denial. So at the end of the day, we need platforms to educate and like what Kone said, and talk more about it. I will still recall kuti munhu aita kaenda muromo paside aita stroke, people would judge that person and say wakanyenga mukadzi wemunhu kana kuti akarwa nezvishiri, yet yanga itori stroke. Then again, dementia, what do you call it, this, we have got dementia and Parkinson's, especially dementia, munhu ainzi imhengeraumba, you know, when mungana akuronzi yamhengeraumba haachazivi zvaari kuita. Saka there are certain things that we as people who are now in the diaspora, who we have got this knowledge, is our responsibility now to use this platform and facilitate and try and reach out and educate as many people as we can. Or again, when we go back home, wherever you are, can we a little bit of knowledge, ukaona pane gathering, ask for a platform just to share with them the little knowledge that you have. I'm gonna post my video. Pandagaenda by my former secondary school, Pandagadzidza. I was trying to talk to the kids, trying to inspire them and try to tell them, no, you know what? I was also a student here and things were tough because we built this school, because this started my second form one, so we used to do punishment, and everything. But look where I am now. I'm now overseas. I'm doing well. But if I meet somebody overseas, akandiona for maybe I was born in the UK. No, I'm from Africa and so they won't believe me. Saka same applies with you. Ripanapa right now. But in 5-7 years to come, you can change your life and be somewhere else. So it's now down to us as people who are in the diaspora, as people who have now a little bit of knowledge, to try and educate, to try and try and raise awareness to people back home, just for them to understand that mental health is real, drug abuse is real, all these things are real. And how do we make them understand this? By talking to them, giving them examples, make them see and make them understand and make them acknowledge and move them out from that denial. Yeah, well, these things don't exist. And again, to empower the boy child and the girl child. This is where we are now. This is what we want to do. Like what Monica said, with if you're not going to empower the boy child and the girl child, as soon as we are getting old, who is going to give this boy child and girl child the skills to look after us? There's nothing, because they are now indulging themselves into drugs, alcohol, and all these kind of things. Where are we going to get the support from? So we need now to start. This is now the starting point. You're going to let's try to empower the boy child and the girl child. The same way I did that. I've got so many people that I've inspired by going to Reserva, the children of the guys in the kitchen, or guys in the so far, I'll tell you, I've got more than 30-45 people who came to my inbox. I need to do this. I'm going to copy exactly what you've done. You've inspired me. So, Saka, if adults, they have copied what I've done, why can't we make our children copy what we are doing? So let's lead by example. Jesus, let's talk to them. Our kids, they are very good listeners. If we talk to them, if we approach them, tell them, no, look, son, look, daughter, for you to be a better person, this is what you want to do. This is exactly what Monica have said, and these kids will look after us. But if we don't empower them today, I'm telling you, tomorrow we won't be able to sustain ourselves, because these kids, will be not having the skills to support us. So it's your call, it's my call, as a parent, as an elder, as an adult, as a father, as a mother, to sit down and try and educate these kids. Let's go back.
Kodewa, as a child, you are a child. I know that your parents are late. I think there is a taboo in our culture, Kuti, especially on Amai. Avatongwe. Kunengozi. That's the thing. That is the thing. And listen, this is I know it's a very, and it's like, Panevanu Vajinji Vanema toxic mothers, and it's a real thing, And it's not Kuti Vanoroya, it's not Kuti Chi. But we have to realize Kuti, one generation iripo, because in Agwampuya Vangu, she was very nurturing. Amang was very nurturing, but ripo, you know what I mean? But because Amaya Watongwe, Kunengozi, those are know and the thing is, like, you know what? In Indramai, if you are wrong, you're wrong. Culture or not, but amaya watongwe ndosva tinobvira kuudzwa tichi vana vadiki. And it's inherent, and that's the thing. It's like, if you know what I mean. And it's not kuti vanoroya kundi kwakadi, but unogona kuudzwa mama voko makukutu and all of that. You just have to take it because amaya watongwe.
I would say kuti, okay, I hear you and I understand exactly what you're saying. I would say, Kuti, we need to change this narrative the same way we are trying to change the narrative in my apostle. Early childhood marriage and it. Dear Kuti, now, because atisina nambu, atisina natete, atisina nasekur, right? the first port of call for your child is you as a parent. And your child should be your friend, but minimum boundaries. And muka set my boundaries with your child. Communication will be very clear and straightforward. And
yeah, I agree with that.
Your child will respect you and will respect your child because there are boundaries.
But a child should not be seen, not heard. You should still have that dialogue, shouldn't you?
Yes. So if you've got that dialogue, and trust me, your children or your child will be very much free to come and tell you everything that they feel like, because uruguapa that anatomy, the listening ear, not judging them, and there's this thing that there's a mutual respect. So really a lot that benefits both of you as a parent and as a child. But kudara, I don't know who brought that, and it was wrong. You could see in indekaswat an age, you could see what is your father's name or your mother's name. I would know that my father's name is Edward and my mom's name is Evelyn, but I couldn't say that. That Ndimamana did. Why? Because I put out their names. Right. So I think we need to start to be so close with our children. You might think we are brothers, but Vanozia, where to draw the line. Vanozia no, no. We don't need to overstep this mark. You know, no, I have to end up here with my children. But I think our generation, inenge different from our parents in a way. It's a little bit flexible and a little bit lenient. Even in Makatarsan, Chagu try video and I panantrana moms wang. In Rimun, we are outspoken to them from my siblings, my cousins. Saga in anyone didn't room my jokes, but in the whatever. Saga, they are now, even though my guru anguish is 85, my new anguish is 69, somewhere there. Va a little bit lenient and flexible. We need to start. We need to start to empower our children and try to listen to them. And that will make life easy. Anna Susan Magulis, my mom is Evelyn too. Yeah, my mom, her name was Evelyn. She's late though, but bless herself. But her name's Evelyn. Yeah, so it's not Kutonga, but to correct the parents where they are wrong. Sound Rogers, I don't know, someone was trying to call me, so I think the sound was gone. I don't know if the sound is still there. Anyone can talk, guys. All right, sound happening and get
I have a question. And he was being abused by Mama. Why didn't he move out?
This is what I've asked as well. Can we not say we have two victims here? The mental health.
Yeah, the mother, Stockholm syndrome is real.
Yeah, the mother, she was a psycho, and Grant himself was also maybe angry mental health issues. So that makes the two of them. You could see. To be honest, I'm failing to understand it. Could see.
But Dewa, there is, people can be conditioned to their living. It's like, the Pavlov effect. You would have studied it. Yeah?
Yeah. But
because people can be conditioned. If you're isolated and stuff, you can just, he didn't look well. Munoya, he didn't look well. He looked emaciated, he didn't look well. Munangari starved.
But look, I'm talking about the before, when he came from the UK.
This guy was in the UK.
No, it's
UK. This is what I think.
Exactly. It could be that. It could be that.
Couldn't with zvakazoitika akuZimbabwe. That aipapo pandirambi.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where it happened. The fact remains kuti akaabuswa.
Yeah, but how can we say kuti the mother knew what she was doing?
No, I'm not saying kuti amai, but I'm just saying kuti the fact is this guy, whatever his living conditions, they were not obviously hospitable. He was not getting his basic needs.
Right, but I'm saying, let's not. I don't want to blame the mother because she probably was doing it, but without knowing what she was doing. This is why I place it under mental health.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like what you're saying is all speculation right now. Because she could have dementia or whatever, but the thing is, like, bottom line is, like, I think we all agree, Kuti, the mental health services in Zimbabwe are lacking. And if that's the case, they both failed, both parties, and we're agreeing, and we are having a constructive discussion. Kuti, let's say Kuti mama wane dementia, maybe grant, maybe anema mental health issues. So the bottom line is they were both failed, or the bottom line is one of them was failed, or three of them were failed. So the bottom line is there's a deficit in mental health support. Do we agree on that?
Definitely. Yes, 100%.
Exactly. So ndipo pane nyaya manje, and also kuti vanhu vekumba vanoda nyaya makuwa. And kungoti nyanya instead of helping.
Yes. Yes.
Kuzoti yeah mambona pa next door. And that's the issue.
But Ndai, let's look at it this way. If one vekumba odai vaida makuwa nenyaya, anditika? Surely, truly speaking, someone should have leaked this thing out before.
But because then it's like, but that is the thing, is like, I'm saying, this is why I say it's like, it's always a cautionary tale. As much as these stories are toxic and negative, that we're learning from them. And it's going to inform the future and everything. We were searching for you. We used to knock on the door. Yeah. So this is okay. So we've touched upon the mental health thing. Now we're touching about the societal norm thing and speculation. Kunoku, yeah. Kunoku. Kunoku is safeguarding, and we know it, whether it's a child or adult or an elderly person or whoever. If we trigger a safeguarding issue, there's a triage. Police, social services, mental health, I know it might take forever, but if somebody's in danger, somebody will come knocking on your door immediately. Am I lying?
No, you're not lying.
That's true.
So, where's the deficit?
The police.
The system. It's the whole system, not just the police. It's the whole system is messed up.
If you listen to the audio and go with the audio, you're talking about the relative. The police should be, or if they said they're not, they don't have the powers, but I think they should have the powers to break into people's homes. Like what we did here in apartment building. Like in 2 weeks, they can go to management office. The super.
But you're saying that, Auntie, you are saying that we've had cases in the UK where people have been dead for years.
Exactly.
And they've broke down the doors. Munakaora.
Right. Well, Kunoko, I don't know if it, we haven't heard of that, but because.
No, we have had it. We've had it in the UK.
No, I mean.
Especially when we're ethnic minorities.
US, we can call the police for, they do what they call, what's this checkup? What's this?
Welfare check. We do it here as well.
Yeah. But the police has got the right to come and break the door. If the super can open, right, and they don't find him apartment man, then the police comes, or maybe the super is not there or anything, but the police has that right.
But can we?
They call it. Can we not? It's random. If people don't see me in a certain time, that's why we have to report. Like Zimbabwe, I report to management. I'll be away for 2 weeks. Just let people know.
But can we not speculate something just out of, or trying to put the dots together? Would say, maybe this is me thinking. Ndaona komendo. Say Tomboti, maybe he was on the run, right? Or maybe he might have done something. Then he managed to get into Zimbabwe, right, through back door. Then he, as a mother or as a parent, you are trying to protect mwana from the authorities and hide him. Kuti shamwari uri kuona iwewe uri wanted. Saka kuti uzoonekwa uchibuda uchifamba famba ukoko hazviiti. Saka everyone knows kuti you're in the UK, you're there. Zvakafanira kuti inini when I go to Zimbabwe, I don't do my check-in yekuti Heathrow, Gatwick, Dubai.
Same here. I'm the same. Like, you know, I'll post when I come back.
Yeah. Unozondora maybe now Zimbabwe county ndatodzoka. Saka can you not say kuti maybe the mother, maybe this guy may have done something. I'm just saying, I'm not saying he did it. Then the mother was there to protect him. Kuti look, iwewega auchatobudi. You have to stay here.
No, but no. What is the excuse for him to look like that?
No. Now
aibikirwa sadza chibata chaicho. Why is the excuse of him to look like that? He didn't look right.
But I've heard of cases, Equity. It's just like me. Okay, an example of me. If I'm lacking vitamin D in my body, you made a cuckoos. So being under the roof for that long.
14 years.
Guys, depression comes in and everything else comes in. I would not and becomes violent. So if it's the case, they would,
the thing is like, it is speculation though, because you're saying, hypothetically, if he came through the back door, then what? So everything is very speculative right now.
Yeah, we are speculating because we are failing to get the basis of it. This is why we said, let's speculate. Maybe we might understand, because we have touched depression, we have touched mental health, we have looked at the mother, right? We have heard the audio from the relatives. So we are saying this whole community, right? Were they not there to find out, okay, because mwana akabarirwa apo haasi maroja anditi mwana akabarirwa apa. Where is this person? Hapana kuitwa mariro. Pane kuti as a community unotoziva kuti munhu wedu apa akaenda inebha yako chaiyo inokudza kuti no munhu agarisa sikuoneka. Anditi we are talking of somebody akabarwa kuzengeza 3 akatomboya kuUK haasi maroja vana. Anditi saka we saying kuti from ECD kuti azoya kuUK angasikaendi kuchikoro vanhu munhu.
People can do stealth mode. Like I said, this is a world phenomenon. Just because it happened in Zimbabwe doesn't make it a unique story. There's so many stories that have happened all world over where people have been held captive.
And the classmate, I think I got to form 6 mkomana. Well-educated guy.
But can I say something? Don't pop it out. Because let's myth bust these speculations that we are trying to come up with, and let's put it to quiet once and for all. One, if he had something to do ku UK and he was on the wanted list, it's been how many weeks and there's nothing that has come out from that side.
Exactly.
Yes. So there's let's not try to know because to sensationalize the whole story. But if it were true, Interpol report yanzwa kuti granta buda. With the way things are, there are people there are Zimbabweans in UK one way or the other, Interpol would have actually, Scotland Yard would have gotten wind of it. That would have literally come down to Zimbabwe, or at least
they know. Spy news by now.
No.
Exactly.
Is it the only name that is using? Or maybe a crime in South Africa? We don't know.
Dr. Love. Scotland Yard, my understanding, being in the UK, and and Interpol to come after you, and kana why to engage into terrorism, That's when
Mira,
hold on. Hold on. That's when they can breathe on your neck. Kuno wakaita fraud debit cards kama cards chaiwo ka vakaenda kuZimbabwe, they're walking freely. Vakabva kuno vakatiza I'll send you my pictures and everything. Vari kudiwa ne police. But kuZimbabwe vanofamba free.
Cards, is that a criminal case by the banks?
Here.
By the banks, or
but
by
they've come out on like Watchdog and stuff. They released them a few years ago.
Yeah, but they're there in Zimbabwe. They're walking free.
I've got a neighbor turned into a relative. But neighbor, I can't a girlfriend who UK. But he's in Zimbabwe.
Walking
and
free.
He's been there for years now.
No, but then the question is, did he do his time? Did they do their time in the UK?
But it's been years.
Maybe he did his time and then he was released over.
No, I can't a girlfriend of artists.
And Zimbabwe doesn't have any extradition laws with the UK in the
I don't know.
There are some stories that are just superfluous. Because it cannot happen. Zimbabwe actually has very close, well, not now, maybe when it was in the Commonwealth. It had very close ties, especially with the police force. Zimbabwe was well trained by the British. And they actually were so proud of that, the interrelationship that they
But the interrelationship has been flawed for ages. To be honest, I don't think there was any crime that he committed. That lad, either he was abused and just hidden in that wherever it was in the ceiling. He was just pride. Maybe I can't go deport Wapaka, arrive at Heathrow or Gatwick, and he was deported straight away. So again, we're speculating.
But how would Scotland Yard know about it? Because news they do it from social media. How if the ground has been found?
No, I think it was saying if the Interpol and Scotland Yard were involved, I think I'd Sky News by now. They don't know about this story, and it's just a
cover-up. Maybe 2 seconds of it. Unless if people were to talk, well, you see, that's what I'm saying. But how would Scotland Yard know about it?
In Zweden, I was there. One time.
Again, we come back to the mental health and everything. In the eyes of he was not important. If we're going to get to the bottom line of the essence, what we're discussing right now, Kuti, we want to make a change in our community. So, Canary mental health yake, obviously wasn't deemed important. Because kukaita baby people, kukaita Victoria Klimby, kukaita failures in the elderly community. It would be, of course, it might take weeks or whatever, but if you know what I mean, that is not considered, because if it's going to trend on social media, if it's not being covered by the national media, then that is a big issue. Because how can we change the narrative if the bigwigs are not willing to engage? Yeah?
Yeah. I think it's quite disturbing. It's quite disturbing that a man dies in the house. Gets national news. So what do they talk about by news?
Exactly.
Can I answer you on that one, guys? Can I answer you on that one?
Yeah.
My national news things which are happening in Zimbabwe. Zakawanda. Aya granditsipeti. I want to be honest with you. I don't think yakangotendera pasocial media kuti bisinga grand kune dzinoitika dzakawanda dzekuti you guys don't even understand. Vanhu vari kuurayana every day. Iyezvezvi chaonesa Zimbabwe manje kwanyanya armed robbers. Grand haiwa iri number 27 kuti uzoenda paBBC paZBC. It's not something that they might want to pay attention to. There's a lot that's going on. I want to be honest with you.
I
And
understand
yeah,
that.
grant itori nani chimboenda kulocation muone vari kuita zvemadrugs vari kupenga
So,
guys.
but thing is, like, the bottom line is, like, as a society, then we've got a crisis. We have a crisis, whether it's drugs, mental health, domestic violence, whatever it is, we have a crisis. But the powers that be are not doing anything about it. If you know what I mean, there is a crisis.
Crisis is there.
Yeah.
Because even like Shrikunzi, okay, can I be a devil's advocate here? I was thinking about this. Kunyema politics. I don't like talking about politics. Not gonna could change the power. Even here we know, we've seen it. Powers can change. But if we don't have the same agreement about what makes us Ubuntu, what makes us people, we're gonna have the same issue over and over again. Because power corrupts. Power, we know world over, is like a revolving wheel. It's like we've got a crisis, something, okay, my armed robbers, mental health, whatever is going, umjolo, whatever is going, we've got a crisis. The moral fabric is totally decayed. And I think it's part of it is because we're living in a globalized world. Njakutumira video dewa yakaitwa Caliber about the way that kind of like the hippo board kind of brainwashes people and things like, and that is going world over. And that happens, and it's like, it's sad because Ramatara Kuti, the future is destroyed, and then we don't have leadership, and it's a world over thing. It's not just in Zimbabwe. Saka tirikwenda kupi as people, just as human beings.
The way I can answer you about Zimbabwe, Andika, is that everyone in Zimbabwe, Andika, I was they want change, but they don't want to change themselves.
Exactly.
That's what the problem is.
True.
That's what the problem is. They want change, but they don't want to change.
But it's like South Africa, they take to the streets and they'll fight, places some people are willing to have a revolution. I think Isuzu Sevan Navevo, I don't know, we're so docile. And I'm not saying it in a disrespectful way. We are so scared of revolution. Like, this generation is scared of revolution. We're not gonna go out up social media, but in terms of making change, there's nothing dololo. It's about instant gratification, and then what? So you can have your mjolo, you can have your beer, you can have your shisha, but what about the future? And then, like, we do it over here. I drink, I take shisha, but it doesn't, but I still got perspective, if you know what I mean.
But there's a difference. But there's a difference.
Exactly, there's a difference. But hapana, it's just like, just kungoti, they're taking each day as it comes. There's no like, no, because can I say the sad thing? I lost like 3 of my youngest, my same age as my children, my cousins have lost their kids in the last year to suicide.
In Zim?
18, 19. If you know what I mean?
Zim or here?
In Zim.
Yeah, suicide is real.
Deep. That is deep. But you know what the correlation is? Mental health issues as well, but there is the support, and we mobilize and then we interject. My daughter goes through a lot of mental health issues, and I'm literally counteracting it. If you know what I mean? This one saying, let's be present, and we don't know kuti internet, peer pressure and all that. Being a parent in this age, wherever you are, is hard.
I'll support what Susan Magoli is saying, that they're imitating the lifestyle of this in South Africa and abroad.
Exactly.
Trust me on this one. I'm telling you,
it's true.
90% of our children in Zimbabwe, at one point they're drinking.
It's like we were more children than the kids now. We were more children. Taitamba nodo, chitamba maflau. In the dust, but this is because there was social media and everything. They are not living that. They're maturing too early.
Yeah, man.
It's so sad, you know. But they don't have the emotional resilience. They're not taught emotional regulation. They don't know how to manage those things. And even like if you start engaging in all those precautious things, you're not ready for it.
No, they're not. They're not.
Do you know something, Gabuti? Even the teaching syllabus has changed. I remember in my form 2, sexual reproduction thing, chapter chapter 17. Yeah, because pataka kupuwa ma textbooks form 2 takaba marker chapter yoyo chapter 17. Everybody was ready to learn about it. That's what this guy don't call because you don't go up DNA go mwana no mwana.
No, I think it's poverty.
No, but they don't know, Kuti, if they have sex, chances are you can get pregnant. They are saying they don't know. Meaning with the chapter you have to be squat. Maybe my teachers are kunyara, I don't know.
They're part of
right.
the
I'm gonna send you the video that I spoke about sexual reproduction per assembly, right? When I mentioned sex, the problem is munochka kutaura about sex.
Yes.
But mesa pamunoziya sex. I'll send you. I said this openly to them.
Yeah.
Girl child you ndone problem kuti ndoiswa nombo boy child anamba china mberi nechikoro. Sense my condom. My teacher funze vana sexual reproduction kuti aze kuti condom runoshanda zvokusura mutanyara izvo kavanoziva sex vanhu vane mafoni vanoswera pamafoni apo achona. I'll send you the video. Ndikapedza vanhu send you the video. Ndichitara pachikoro pafront ipo chikoro.
My teacher achona anenge achitogruma vana as well. That's the sad reality.
They are also raping vana.
There's no governance.
I remember I did a grade 6. Ndakamboona mwe teacher edu achirarana nemwe musikana pachikoro.
Wakadongorera.
Aiwa. Sezvoti after school kunzi like kana vanhu vapedza homework unokolekta mabooks evanhu unosiya padesk pateacher. Ndozvandandoita ukasa good girl kandiinda nejana rangu musi iwoyo. Ndobva ndavhura muchibhuku munochengetwa mabooks emateachers like matextbooks chichimo pandangochivhura what made me open that place. Ndobva ndaona vanhu autori busy zvavo. Ndakamurova. Nanasi, I'm making a confession. Nanasi, I've never told anyone. Ndakamubhura mwana
But who was the victim though?
Makabhura mwana kana kuti teacher.
The teacher was the one grooming her.
Pavanga vapedza ndobva ndasangana naye mucorridor ndobva ndamuzvuwa pachikona so chekupinda pamatoilets.
No, but what about the teacher? He was the adult.
Yeah, I didn't know about
that's the issue.
You know, I didn't know about what rape was. But Nene was also a child.
Exactly. The person, you were a child as well. You didn't know better, but the person in the room was the teacher.
I didn't know all that.
But I didn't know
what rape was.
Yeah.
I would say because in that I would say maybe 70% of my female students vazhinji vacho vakabviswa virginity nemateacher because ainzi enda nemabhuku kumba kwangu enda unocherera teacher mvura mateachers vaita vana vechikoro maduties ekunzi nhasi ndiuri unochaira mumba kwateacher.
And that is sad. And that's the thing, because when from the age of 9, our relatives, and some of them were teachers or whoever, whatever the rank was.
Yeah, I've seen this.
It's wrong. It is wrong. Now,
girl child ends in some book.
Later on, I'm saying, girl child. What about the boy child? Boy child will just skip me.
No, I'm just saying
as well.
Yeah, I'm just saying it was rare. Nowadays, things have changed. But
and if you don't know that, I bet you they just kept quiet.
Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, if it was there,
because it was a taboo.
but yeah, but vasikana vazhinji, I'm saying this 70%, I'm saying out of 10, my girls are going to secondary school. If we to ask them, I don't know, teacher negabon, but I'm teacher negabon, the varira,
Saka
and
ini
this what
mubvunzo nda kubvunza kuti pamene makuda kuroora mukure ma-virgins munoona kupi?
Who says want to make a virgin?
I'm serious. Samai misisi wekunoku varungu, they don't care. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, even this
As my virgins ariko.
But aiwaka munenge mama bata vari ma 9-year-olds muchamawana kupi ma-virgins because mwana was not asking for it.
But mkoma anzani zviya ndagarisa singawipa Dr. Love. Virgin amuri kunzwa ndeapi iwayo?
Aiwa nayo amira ndikutaurei ndikuti pane site yema-virgins yevanhu vanoti vari ma-virgins, they claim to be virgins. There's the site, a dating site yevanhu vanoti just virgins only. Ndikutoseka hangu kuti munhu angataura kudaro here.
Ndotoijoinayo because I'm also a virgin.
Pane vamwe vanonzi ma-born again virgins.
But the funny part about the virgins, Andidika, this has been done wrong by our parents. Inini, I had a bigger sister than me. Then I will tell you, in India, once up in number 8 or 9, my parents didn't have a problem with that. But my sister, I don't know, 6, you should be indoors. Or one. After 6, she needs to just by herself. So my point, and community or whatever you want to call it, yaka glorify a boy child to sleep around and have sex with many girls as he wants without marrying them, right?
Exactly.
And they expect that boy child he has to marry a virgin.
Exactly.
No, yeah. This is what I want to understand.
This is where the problem is.
Vakomana ndivachienda panze kunorara nevasikana kana tine girls vanani, because your child murukumukira mumba, your sister for example, and letting you go out for what? And who are they going to kunobatana now? Mostly vakomana inini pandai kura inini pandakakura. They would literally have, I would meet my girlfriend kuma 6-7 tichenda kunoona movie, and then I'm going to the library and library until 8 o'clock, and we go kuma 5 toana movie chedu from 6 to 7. By 8 o'clock mwana ashika kumba. If we needed and if we wanted to do anything beyond that, it was a quickie. 30 minutes hit and run. Tatoita.
But you know what? These curfews are useless. I'm telling you.
Those were the opportunities.
My curfews are shande.
Shande.
So anytime is tea time.
But
exactly.
But do you know Butivana Mazurano? It's not with they meet after school.
Exactly.
I've seen this name song. You know what? Boys toilet which call high school kwenye 3 boys pambira vakagada. Kune couple iri kuita mjolo mukati mutoilet. Kune kana vana vechikoro pai. You know, panoridzwa muridzo kuti ndiyani pane kuuya.
But it's not even now, though. It's always been like that. It's always been like that.
You can't. I don't know what. There's nothing we can do about these kids. I always tell my kids, because there's no way I can control anyone. You face your own consequences. You know, because now.
Munoziva kuti musikanzwa yakabva kure, it's always been there. It doesn't matter kuti makuseni, maskati, manheru. You can get to a cafe waita musikanzwa. Let's be real here. It's just always been there.
It has. But let me pane imwe nyaya yandakataurirwa ne-cousin yangu. Aidzidza kuGokomere, and they used to have ma movie nights during the weekend. Vakagara, it was an open area. Vakagara vogara kuseri kumberi kusure kuya. They would literally have a girl sitting on their laps.
Yeah.
They are innocent, as if they are innocent.
Oh yes. Izo kuma movie house marara muhava nakasvika
indaita ndibva kuchikoro ndiri murori kumusha ndagarwa makumbo chebva kumasports
kuya mine was fame kama masofa masofa muri kutiko movie dzedze mamovie aya ma2-3 aya imomo mukati
watanga kwasona kuswera patsaka.
Basically, when we're saying about ethics, I'm just saying, Kuti, basically we have to be, the bottom line is like, children should be seen, not heard. Totaura nevana vedu. Anditi. Safety. Totaura na akoma wangu kuti. Vana kuma teenagers they're curious. When in my peer pressure group, kune social media, kune chichi, we can try to be shut, but it's like akunana teteka, wachona tete Google. Hey, make time for your kids. Talk to them. And in wanangu ndakamuti, you know what? You are not psychologically ready for it. It's your choice. Kutushada kunaenda ikoko kana kuti, because they won't be psychologically ready for it. But you have to tell them kuti safety comes first, and it's not kuti ndrukuti mwananga ngaitechi matakanana, but at least they can approach you and talk to you. Mwana wangu ane 17 ndakangomisa papiu nekuti airwadziwa nemudumbu and it was affecting her mental health. Yeah. But anondiudza zvese. It's better to be an open book than be a shut book. Kuti mwana kuti don't be to be seen, not heard. They will then go and talk to a stranger and then get in vanopinda muma, kumurana vanopinda kuzvakawanda zvisingatomboiti. It's better that they actually come and open to you. Nekuti nyika dzaipa globally, it doesn't matter where you are.
Do you know what I think? And this is something mozondi correct kana ndiri wrong because andina mwana. Hanzi vasina vana ndo vagonwe wazvo zvose ka. But let me walk through this. Kana mwana achiziva kuti anodiwa nevabereki vake. If a child knows that the difference between kudiwa ne puppy love or that anonzi mayaya infatuations, when they know the difference, wouldn't you think kuti vanokwanisa to discern at that point, because you've given them the ability
they
to
do actually
to
I'll
do
tell
that.
you they do.
Antika, and then they will refuse somebody that's trying to shortchange them because they know their worth.
I know they do, because my daughter, I've always been open with her. She will talk to me. So it's like, if you are present, they will tell you. But sometimes they're still secretive and they will still do things. But equally, if something is troubling her, she will say everything. She will talk, because make time for your kids. Say good, you're an open book, because I've got health and social care background, and I've got education. I was teaching 7 to 11, and my children around that age gap, and also as a parent, I was open. I was a single parent for 6 years. So ndaitaura navo ndine mwana mukomana nemusikana, and you know what, it's quite endearing. It's lovely when your kids can just say kuti mama, I'm not interested in relationships. I just am not, because I don't have time for it, because you know some sort. And also kuti I'm not interested in that. Ndikamudza kuti uri kuita izvozvo, no. Ndikati kana wakuita, you have to be safe, because they're going to explore. Otherwise vanofurirwa, and then what? Oita nhumbu, obata STD, oita say.
Yeah. I think a lot of people go into sexual relationships, one, out of curiosity, but not really out of curiosity of what they want to discover.
Peer pressure.
But because they are trying to fulfill a void. And that void, Rimoka, they won't be able to explain it. Because as human beings, we are created to be loved, to be heard, to be seen.
To be accepted.
And be accepted for who you are. If you are given that opportunity and you're well-rounded, I think the result in relationships and those that are in marriages, when a woman would not look the other side, at least 99% of women, I won't say all, but they don't look the other side. But if I am being satisfied and she is actually there present for me, because it's hard work, I'm not going to look twice side up, because we are created to be loved and to love.
But you know what the bottom line is? Whether it's a child or an adult, communication is the key.
Exactly.
Do you know something? As much as your child can be as open as anything, there's always that one thing they'll never tell you. They can tell you, I have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, but they'll never tell you at 6.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm still to find a parent, oh no, I had sex with my boyfriend today, or you know. That will
it's chokwadi, sister, because
that's why I say I can be open to my kids, but they can say,
but Sissy, if you're approachable, even if they keep that secret, and then when they're in trouble, they'll come and talk to you.
Yeah, trouble, yes, but not to say, I had sex with
they're not going to tell you everything.
You know,
but then,
because I would want to know, did you use protection? But they will never say, no, we're not ready for it, Chichi, we're just going out for a drink. You know, that's what they can tell you, but the nitty-gritty, they will never tell you.
And let me just say, ew, that's so nasty.
Yes. Yes.
Let me just tell you this.
That's very true. That's very true.
But for Chokwadika, you know what? But possibly, I think it's better to have wananokuds as something than to have a taboo.
Yeah.
It's much better.
Yeah, that's true.
At least you've got 3/4 of the way. And then, because I know Kuti, when I'm going to most of it, and then when something goes wrong, I know sometimes that's bad by the way, but she's still opening up to me.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you know why? The reason why and I think it's just a natural thing, and it's the aha moment for me, and it's this: it's a sacred activity. It's not a lot of people only if they are trying to brag to their friends, they'll exaggerate things. But most of the time, when that act is happening, it's a private act. That's why I don't understand these days. They are 20 in one room watching go.
Okay, the same way.
Unbelievable.
The same way we want to put boundaries, they have to have their own boundaries as well. But for me, as long as you're safe, if you know what I mean. And zvandatara zvakuti vaya vari kuda ma-virgins muchamawana kupi?
Totoenda kumusha. Iko
But
kumusha kwachona.
I've got a question. I've got a question, not Dr. Love. In all fairness, if we want to look at level story, and time yekuzotora video uchizvirekodha unenge wapedza kunyenga kunasibata foni kudaiwo
Aiwa unenge usinganakigwe ba.
Aiwa, but do you know I would want to think kuti type dzana levels yaga ndedzedangovhairana kuboys. Don't you think? I mean, boys munokorana here kuti ndazororana nhingi chichi yanga
Aiwa, but Randataura though earlier, because there's this thing that's going, because Randataura only funds it's real. Because I think because some people either they choose to stand by my corners or wait at OnlyFans, because OnlyFans unengori mumba and you're safe. And trend are worldwide and mariachi akawanda. So that could be another reason why people are doing that.
But
because they're gonna get currency from all over the world.
No, but
let's say OnlyFans.
For commercial reasons.
How do you do with the OnlyFans?
Only video kamotoitana on live vanachiona vanenge vakabhadhara subscription. You pay subscription.
And the OnlyFans.
Okay. Yeah. So you pay a subscription to watch somebody doing it live.
But I want to go to where the man.
No, you can't even a screenshot aitoreki. Yeah. You got to protect that one. Well, I've only heard it for America, when people are describing it. You can't take... I don't know, but they must screenshot.
Elder, we respect you.
You can Google. And only time, because it's a business. Not going to follow Muna, so that he Instagram. Only fans channels. To a selection of Pascano Kanatokumama or choose a Wakuda or to buy a subscription. Then I like fire, goods or notifications in Ninki, but it has rapid. You watch.
That's the thing, trend are worldwide. Currency are not tambira nenge yaka simba.
Yeah, they make money.
So let me understand this. So vanenge vachitei vanenge vakagara homba
it's like putting or something, but you pay to watch that channel. So like and then now so you start recording from open bedroom which kisana. And then mototela kutoita motanga na mada kukutana whatever, and then
no, it doesn't even have to be that. Just my news.
You can all different doesn't mean it's about all sex. It can be it can just be stripping, it can be dancing on a pool, it can be anything. But it's like you are getting that money from people that are watching you.
And it's international. So nengo singo ma bond.
But funny, I don't think Zimbabwe, I mean Africa is right now Africa name restrictions akawanjis.
Was funny program and I wanna pa Showmax this body works for me. Because South Africa is real.
Yeah, South Africa is there because South Africa
they can do it.
But Zimbabwe actually cool. Too many restrictions on those countries.
I suppose.
South Africa, guys, South Africa request no pins.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like, I think so. Strategy to ethics. What's ethical?
Yeah.
Only funds or kumira pakona.
Hey, none of them ish.
Exactly. So that's subjective, isn't it? Because mumwe munu anoti it's ethical because ndenge ndiri murumu mangu hapana nondiuraya. So
there's nothing ethical about that. There's something, the safety is there, but ethics are
So who defines ethics and morals?
But
It's the norms of society.
Dr. Love, Dr. Love,
Yeah.
what I want to see one kuno kuti savanoita kuno. Do you think Americans are pamberi shem?
Tori pamberi
They
hao,
don't keep- Unogona at a baby date, we never had six different baby dates, and the thing is normal. Okay, you know, and I'm like, damn, you know.
Ini makazonzwa here nyaya yangu. Ndakange ndichishandira imwe company, so I worked as the project manager ikoko, and I led about a group of 10 young women, and it was second shift. Sakayanga ichitanga from about 1 in the afternoon to 7 at night. Sakanda, you know, I was there for about 2-3 months. And one of the ladies coming into my office, Akati, hey, you know what? Tax season is coming soon, but I want to plan for the next year or two. Can you give me a baby? You don't have to worry about it. Tax benefits. And I think that with your African genes, I might actually do better. Ndakati unondishurira nai. Ndakamutuka ipapo ndobva abuda. It wasn't her. There were 6 other ladies that came, not the same year, but every other time achindibvunza izvozvo ndakati
So, but ethically, let's do this. Let's talk about something. Ethics. Barika and surrogacy. Okay. So Barika, and it is polygamy, multiple wives. In our culture, is that permissible and is that ethical? Surrogacy is kuzvarira munhu asiri kuita mbereko. So, what is ethical, Barika or surrogacy? No, that's an ethical dilemma.
No, surrogacy is not unethical.
Why? So what was that different from somebody asking you they wanted to have a child with you because
they wanted to have my kid for their tax reasons. Because here they've got tax credits. Back in the day, I think they changed the rules. Back in the day, if you had a kid, you would have $1,000 off the top every tax season.
So what difference does it make for a hit and run guy who just hit it and quit it?
No difference whatsoever. But if I want to target because they actually thought that I was suitable for their whatever it was.
So somebody could argue that the guy was targeting the woman so they could just hit it and quit it.
But then the woman is the one that gets the benefits.
But if a guy,
tax credit.
I know. But the flip side is the guy hit it and quit it and leave a woman with a child. That is still unethical.
Yes, that's very unethical.
But then, like, okay, ko Barika.
Barika inine, I don't believe in Barika, so I wouldn't. I won't have any fair statements on that.
Someone who says tradition.
Therefore
ethical. Their wives gone quiet. And so
I want to show you something. Can you see this? What's this?
Zimbabwe ID.
Yeah, I got it, but I got Zimbabwe. Can you imagine it? Yeah.
You were young. Man, I've got a paper when I was ugly.
Rangu ndichinaro rebepa regreen so. Yeah.
No, I was 16 just before I came to the UK. So I need to get that one. Oh, they're still doing those.
Yeah, no change.
Plastic, my son.
Plastic. This was back.
So, Dewa, Marika, is it ethical or unethical? Yes.
They want to kubocha. That's why I could say.
Well, Marga Ripa too. And did it. Okay. It's ethical.
Why?
Why? I don't know why man, you need an answer for this one, right?
Exactly. I want to hear. One wife is enough. I don't need it.
Okay. Okay. Really ethical. And to those who believe in it and who practice in it, it's ethical to them because they can justify about it. That's why that Ripper tree. The big wife will go and handpick the woman she likes and initiate the move. Right? Then, quite at the second barika kuti urukunzirwa munhu iwewe without your knowledge, and you're forced to accept that.
Well, but then that's making it official. How about my small houses? That's more kind of unofficial.
No,
barika.
Small house is different.
Barika.
Aiwa, difference iripo ndeyekuti barika, that person is officially known and you stay with that person. Whereas a small house, ka hidden pot kekuti you go in the mora there and the benefit uri kuzosara ikoko. That's why it's called a small house.
That is very
small house and ethical.
Relative ethics are to know that is really right. Let's keep it straight and forward.
Exactly.
Barika is nothing but unethical.
Period.
Period.
No.
Tradition yakupi.
Dr. Love.
Tradition Zimbabwe ndiyo, but
no, not Zimbabwe only. King George, we could know UK, he had 8 wives. No. King, no.
Can
Solomon.
I say to this? My ex-husband was a Parr. My surname was Parr. My sister-in-law is Catherine Parr. they had the surname Parr. So
no, listen. King Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines.
And
Solomon, anga ine barika 700 wives whom he was married to.
I don't have energy for one, later on multiple ones.
Okay, let me answer your husband on that one.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, this is how men work.
For him, basically.
Okay. This is how men functions, right? I would love you to take your husband to a farm where they keep cattle, and it. Kune one Bruno service mombe 300. Aiwa chimbomira. Wait. So what happens is with men, right? A man, there's nothing wrong about it. And actually, one. But that same man, mukamisa vakadzi 10 were different. Are in another room. Next, you can produce 10 times.
So so if a woman does that, is that ethical or unethical?
Realistically,
no. Okay. Murume can do it. If a woman does that,
okay. Realistically, it's unethical.
So it's unethical for a man then. That's hypocrisy. Finish and clear. Honestly, that's nonsense.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Relative ethics are to know that
that's patriarchy. That is patriarchal. That's nonsense. That is so outdated. So if Mukadzi kana shida mujolo wake ne varume wake 10, she can go ahead and do that.
No.
Why are you carrying on your 10 women? If you know what I mean. It's not subject. It's not just like you don't pick and choose just because Mukadzi. It's not okay.
Yeah, I think we are getting it wrong. This is right on one end, but not right on the other. We might actually get into a situation where we are just unfair.
Because you know what? I think ethically, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. we should have restraint as human beings. The moment
True.
you paunorora munhu kuti mukadzi wangu, you're committing. The moment paunorora murume kuti murume wangu, you're committed.
Right. Connect good people.
Waka tsewa kumedzera mate wakutsake
It's arranged, and I didn't want to say anything.
It's true though, because you cannot be selective, because there's one rule for men and one rule for women. Because a guy, if he goes and does that, he's a stud. Mukadzi akaenda kwanzi hure it's a hoe.
But do you know it's
not
the same
that
thing?
I'm doing that. I'm just saying, Kuti.
Yeah, but
let's be
fair.
But
you know that. Let's be honest. There are certain things that you cannot change. Do you know the same law doesn't apply to every gender, but it's the same law. For an example, I don't know. For example, ukamira pa road up and I come and grab your bum. If you go and report me to the police, Mira, if you go and report me to the police, single sexual harassment. And
same with a guy, you could if they report
but
you.
But
you know what? I'll say you to this, like, when I go out, who harasses me the most? It's not men.
What? Women.
And that's an issue. Yeah? Just because Mukadzi doesn't give you a right to touch me up.
Exactly.
Yeah? Okay. And that is an issue. And I've said this to Kumurume wangu, I've said this to my friends, and there's this thing, it's becoming like a fetish. Oh, you can touch me. No, it's my body, personal space, end of story.
Just because you are a woman, no,
because people are it's sexy, it's appealing to somebody. You don't just come and touch my body just because urumukadzi and you think, oh, it's cloud chasing. No, it's my body, you don't touch it. Whether I'm married or not, you don't touch because urumukadzi and you think it's gonna make appeal to other people. It's about boundaries. Yeah. So there should be a law about that. If it's personal boundaries, whether you're male or female, you know what I mean? Yeah. You do not encroach on somebody's space without their consent. End of story.
Right,
because that's
people.
how abuse happens.
5 hours.
Because it's ethics, ka? It's deep.
Deep, then it comes. That's deep. That's deep, man. Koni.
Hello.
Waruza shamwari uri kuAmerica pana zvatokwanisa kuita but kuno kuUK tichango blessa zvedu vanhu neizvi zviri kuona.
I'm getting all of those. I'm the African queen, as you know. Like coming to Norwich.
Imbanje. Iwe imbanje.
Yes, man. Oh, my earrings.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Hey.
Wakaborwa.
Kuborwa kupi?
Nzevezvo.
Andakaborwa
Imikaimi. Tichakuripisai mukwasha nokuripisai the other way around.
Makatakura guchu ere.
Mira kakoni, hold on. Mira.
Ndrora takatomirira iroro.
Is it Dr. Love? Dr. Love. Maona hypocrisy inoitwa panapa.
Koni. Tarisa one chii.
Nyemba dzakushanda chii manje?
Hapana midzi.
No, midzi, that's just a root you can chew.
Mira Koni, hold on.
That's all.
Mira.
Saka ndiya KY gel le yakushandisa iyo. Hey, akumana.
Ona.
Mazibaba zapambeni.
Ezimbanjere.
Ona.
Yeah.
Mira.
Mchebedza mbuya.
Unoziya zveshuwa tarisa unoona.
Yo.
Mira.
Manje so.
Mira.
Kuchaja premium.
Aika. Rutosunga mira tombosunga.
Mira premium.
Mira.
Saka.
Mira Koni, mira on. Mira on. Urikuona?
Jesu.
Yeah.
Kashindumbe here izvozvo vana vazochaya zvavo. Yo.
Unoiziya here?
Inonzi chiko mutundo wegudo.
Exactly.
Why? For the why?
Ngibovula ndawuziya sei. Akumana.
Yeah.
Mira on.
How do they harvest that though? How do they know kuti mutundo wegudo?
Mira kantendai.
What I hear for social media, I can't just, guess.
Yeah. I'm just wondering kuti vanoutora sei.
Mira on.
Hands kudo kana tichawait here and then the sand lumps up or something. I don't know.
Tarisa on.
Yes. Naitio.
Immigration haina kunetsa.
Immigration haikubatisire because zikavadi midzi.
Makaita fumigation.
Da, mira.
Unotonzika on the license kai papa.
Ona.
Hesho.
Pokap.
Akana zvematare bodo hapana kana one wedzinza vane vakatsamwa.
Ndandiri kumushaka ona.
Saka mozozika here kuti ichi ndechii.
Urikuona guchu rese, iguchu rese randakatakura.
Makatumirwa nepost vakatumirwa nepost havana kuuya nazvo paimmigration.
Aiwa, ndakaenda zvizvi.
Post I saw
this duty free here.
Aiwa, no. Ndakati zangu iyi packet andasvika ndakati zangu muplastic umu. No ndakaenda zvizvi. Ndakatozvisa mubhegeti. Yeah.
Saka mukomatewa.
Yes.
Mishonga iyoyo vanoti guchu, right? Guchu inongoshanda kuvakadzi havana maguchu here.
Rinoshanda kwese. Midzana chira dzanisonza kwese murume nemukadzi can drink.
Asi sindibate kuinbox ndokugadzirisa zvangu. Don't worry about Dewa. Aiwa, ndibate kuinvoice I'll sort you out.
Saka why tichiri kunzwana chipochema kuti murume wangu ariti 2 minutes mukadzi hapana zviriko hagoni
kwakadhamba izvo musanyepegwe.
Okay.
Ask Dewa for my contacts. Musanyeperwa hapana zvakadaro izvo. Varume vanonyepa sere.
Inzwa guchu. Basa reguchu handirika? Is to detox. Cleansing. Ndo basa reguchu.
Ko vanhu hanzi ndezvekudziisa mwiri kudidi.
Handisi yangu anodziya miri, but chinoziva kuti guchuka ndere kudetoxa, cleansing your body. That's what I know.
Can I ask something, my brothers? Zvekudziisa muromo, is it a myth?
It's a myth.
Yeah. It's a nonsense because I'm hot like a heater anytime, any day. So it's nonsense.
I can imagine.
Blow your own trumpet.
It's nonsense.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, blame one trumpet and it.
I am not punza mkwasha and I know to the urkupisa like a hot water bottle. So it's not. It's a myth. I think it's not Siana.
Siana. Yeah.
That happy weekend ndakudzika.
Good night, people.
Connie, ngatisangane. Connie.
Hello.
Ngatisangane ku Kendra Jika.
No. Mira. Dr. Love. Dr. Love.
Kudara.
Mira, Dr. Love na Connie na Dr. Love.
Yeah.
Takati turakuya Christmas iko komazotita sekwemwa nimi.
They're in US.
Yeah, they're in US, yeah.
Munongouya zvenai.
Which part are you?
Toya kutosvikira kupi, toya kupi tipeka place tobuka tika motels, toya kupi kwacho.
Munongouya
kuronga kamunyasoziva kuti muri kuuya chichi. Let's do it.
You're possibly in different states though. It's too late now to arrange anything.
Yeah, tozobhera futi America futi.
Aiwa, onai, zvatakataura isusu. Takati se DDC, handitika?
Right.
Imi muri ku states munotudza kuti pamunofa kuti pari central ndepapi, handiti?
Okay.
Then todza tusangana madhays api tobhuka tega mahotels edu Then we meet there as a group, togara panzvimbo one.
Yeah.
Then we tour a place tese. Ndozvatakaputaura one.
Yeah, but hatinazombobatana andi vakabva maenda kuZimbabwe Ddc simba yangofour ipapo.
All right, so we need to do this. Tofana kuya for Christmas.
Christmas gore rino here kana kuti next year.
Gore rino kuzonipa zari.
Hayo. Ndatofunga kufambira ikoko bhuchu rangu ndiri kurida.
All right. Kamuda kuya no Christmas uya tokuinvite uya kuna muda uya kumba kwangana muchida Christmas.
Chokwadishi.
Nakuno kune ma strike post amumboiwana guchu before Christmas.
Antika.
The strikes everywhere in the UK. Wajamuka waramba matishongoro mapinyonyo.
Ma Christmas presents amusi kutozomawanazvo. Tangonyepa kuti aiwa ari kuuya.
Yeah, bagaima. Vakomana,
good night people.
I love you so much. I missed you guys, but ndatambe muswe mandi.
Antika.
Aiwa muchapiwa 10 cents yenyu ndikupiwa gupuro nasi.
Yeah, ndatambe muswe mandi. Guys.
Okay.
Ana Edna kule gari kwa America we. Ari kuda kuti and that's good one. In America ndakuita chete. Right. Tendai naso wagara.
Yeah, you see me in 5 months time.
Tough. Right, good people, thank you so much for joining us. It was a very good welcome back. Having you all guys here, and for those who have just joined or the show is about to finish, but I've said I've got presents for those in the UK. Please just inbox me with your postage fee, then I'll put this one for you. Be the lucky one. That is a thank you for supporting DDC throughout the year. So on that note, I just want to say, guys, good night. Love you all. Till we meet again on Monday. We are now back to basics, where we'll do these shows every Monday and Friday. So please, 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 please be with us. I don't know what masters maybe you might get them back. But anyway, as it is show. On that note, I just want to say, guys, stay blessed wherever you are. And good night.
Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatsirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, fila, kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Panondo patosangana, techibatsirana, panondo patokumana, techisisana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo pila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatsirana, techitsitsana, techiyambutsana, pila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Pano ndo patosangana, techibatsirana, pano ndo patokumana, techibatsirana.